and livestock. You're supposed to answer to the question by the member for Lurambi, Honorable Titus Kamala. Honorable Mutunga, are you ready?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I stand to respond to the statement requested by Elsie Mohanda, the member for, and Honourable Titus Kamala, MP. Honourable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order number 44, 2C, the Honourable Elsie Mohanda, MP, and Honourable Titus Kamala, MP, requested for statements on 14th of August 2024 on the interim cane price for the month of August set by the Agriculture and Food Authority on the reduction of sugarcane prices by the Agriculture and Food Authority, respectively. Honourable Speaker, the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development responded as follows on the issues raised in the statement. The statement by Honourable Elsie Mohanda, MP, regarding the interim cane price for the month of August 2024 set by the Agriculture and Food Authority. The honourable member wanted a comprehensive report on the rationale used by the Agriculture and Food Authority to set the interim cane price for August 2024 at 4,950 shillings per ton, including the criteria used to determine this price. Honourable Speaker, there is a cane price setting committee within the Agriculture and Food Authority, and the cane pricing committee does use this formula to set the prices. Sugarcane prices are determined by the formula whereby the price of the cane per ton is normally equal to the net sugar price per ton multiplied by the farmer's sharing ratio over the ratio of the total, the tons of cane used to produce 1 ton of sugar. Honourable Speaker, the farmer sharing ratio is adopted at 50%, and the ratio of the tons of cane used to produce a ton of sugar is adopted at 10. So the 10 tons of cane produces one ton of sugar. So the net price is therefore equal to the average ex-factory price of sugar in the spreading month, in the preceding months, excluding VAT. So the interim cane price for August 2024 was set using that particular formula at 4,950 shillings per ton, and was set by the AFA using the pricing formula, which gives the minimum recommended cane price to be paid to the farmers based on the preceding 3 months average of ex-factory price. This is the one that factories use to bring in competition between to attract the cane suppliers. The second issue that the honourable member asked was to get the effective date of the interim cane price and the reasons why the circular issued by AFA on 7th of August 2024 did not specify clearly the start date, leading to confusion and retroactive adjustment by the millers. Honourable Speaker, the response goes as follows. Sugarcane prices are reviewed and the new prices determined on a monthly basis. Millers and farmers are notified within the first week of every month, and the prices are effective from the date of the letter to which the millers notifying them, of the new prices of the cane. The third issue that the honourable member needed clarification on was on an update of the measures being taken by the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development to control the influx of cheap sugar into the country, which has contributed to price fluctuations, thereby undermining the development of the sugarcane farming in Kenya. The response goes as follows. Over the first 3 years, domestic consumption of sugar has outpaced the production, hence the need for importation to cover the deficit. The Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development is doing the following to achieve self-sufficiency.
Just give me a minute to recognize some schools before they leave, then you'll continue.
What?
I said give me a minute to recognize some schools present, so that I recognize them when they are still here before they leave.
Okay, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, I wish to recognize the presence of Royal Brain School from Kiambaa constituency, Kiambu County, seated at the public gallery. Also seated at the public gallery is Academy of Maisha Mazuri School from Matungulu constituency, Machakos County. Also seated at the public gallery is Mutomo Girls Secondary School from Kitui South constituency, Kitui County. And lastly, I wish to recognize the presence of Bonanza School, Embu, from Manyata constituency, Embu County. We welcome them to Parliament. Thank you. You may proceed, Honorable Mutunga.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the third issue that the Honorable Member sought clarification on was basically on the influx of cheap sugar, which is affecting the pricing of the commodity at the national level, and what the ministry is doing to have sustainable production of cane. Over the years, domestic consumption of sugar has outpaced the production, hence the need for importation to cover up the deficit. The Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development is doing the following to achieve self-sufficiency in sugar. Number one, improving sugarcane production. For the first time in years, the average monthly sugar production has hit 84,000 metric tons, against a demand of 80,000 metric tons, which is attributed to improved yields as a result of provision of subsidized fertilizer to the farmers. The second issue is that concerning improving the operational efficiency of factories, the government has put in place measures to inject private capital and operational expertise in government-owned factories through proposed leasing of the 5 factories to the private sector investors. And that issue concerning introduction of excise duty on imported sugar or imported brown table sugar is charged excise duty at the rate of 5 shillings per kilogram to cushion local sugar production from the exploitative cheap or cost of imported sugars. The fourth issue that the honourable member needed clarification on is the details on the consultations, if any, that were undertaken with sugarcane farmers and other stakeholders before the interim cane price was set, and whether the concerns of farmers regarding production costs were considered. And the response goes as follows, Honourable Speaker. The Sugar Pricing Committee meetings are usually held on a quarterly basis, and the farmers are often represented in these meetings. The second interim Sugar Pricing Committee was appointed in November 2023 for a period of 6 months. The committee held its last meeting in May 2024. Since the Sugar Pricing Committee was not in place, AFA Sugar Directorate issued the advisory setting the price per ton of sugar at 4,950 shillings in August. So the simplified cane pricing formula placed the theoretical price of sugar at 4,828 per ton, but this was adjusted to 4,950 per ton after consultations with the stakeholders. The fifth issue by the honourable member, Moanda, was she needed a detailed information on the composition and status of the reconstitution of the Cane Price Pricing Committee, including whether there is representation from sugarcane farmers in the current structure. And the response from AFA is that AFA requests the nomination of members representative from the umbrella outgrower institutions, miller associations, and council of governors. The current members were nominated by the respective organizations, and the current membership of the committee is drawn from the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development, the Agriculture and Food Authority, the Kenya National Federation of Sugarcane Farmers, the Kenya Sugarcane Miller Association, and the Council of Governors. 5 members. The statement sought by Honorable Titus Kamala needed the ministry presents a report on the factors and indicators that the Agriculture and Food Authority used to determine the new sugarcane prices. And the response, Honorable Speaker, is exactly the same as the response given to Honorable Muhanda, which is the price the formula that is used in pricing the cane. And the other issue that Honorable Kamala needed clarification on is the mechanisms in place to ensure the price regulations are made with adequate input from relevant stakeholders, particularly farmers and millers. And the response is that sugar prices are reviewed and determined by the Sugarcane Pricing Committee, and the Sugarcane Pricing Committee comprises of members from the different institutions, and these institutions are as follows. The chairperson is appointed by the Cabinet Secretary from amongst the members of the Sugarcane Pricing Committee, and one person is nominated by the Ministry responsible for matters relating to the agriculture and appointed by the CS. 2 persons are nominated by AFA and appointed by the CS. 2 persons are nominated by the registered umbrella outgrower institutions and appointed by the CS. And 2 persons are also nominated by registered umbrella miller associations and appointed by the CS. And finally, 3 persons are nominated by the Council of Governors from the county governments from the sugarcane growing areas and appointed by the CS. Meetings of the Sugarcane Pricing Committee are held quarterly, during which millers and farmers make submissions touching on different production, touching on cane production and the sugarcane processing costs. The submissions are taken into account while determining the price of sugarcane. Now, the price of, the sugarcane. So the other issue that the honorable member needed clarification on was plans to review the potentially reverse this price reduction in light of its negative impact on the livelihoods of the farmers. And the response is that the Cabinet Secretary of the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development appointed the 3rd Interim Pricing Committee on 16th of August 2024, and the committee held its first meeting on 21st of August 2024, where the sugarcane prices were reviewed and to Kenya shillings 5,000 per ton. The final request from the member was what the long-term strategies to stabilize sugarcane prices and ensure fair compensation to farmers are. And these are the responses in terms of the strategies. Number 1, to conclude the review and assessment of the crop or sugarcane general regulations 2020 to provide the Sugarcane Pricing Committee. To provide 4, setting up the Sugarcane Pricing Committee. The regulations were rejected by Parliament for inadequate public participation. The review process of the regulations is ongoing and it will be gazetted once public participation is completed. The second response is in view of the operationalization of the cane testing units, which make it possible for payment to farmers of cane to be made based on the sucrose content. AFA is undertaking public participation on quality-based cane payment system, which is QB-CPS, Regulation 2020. Once the regulations are gazetted, Honorable Speaker, the Sugar Directorate, in collaboration with the cane testing services, will work to ensure reliability and consistency of sucrose content measurement, thereby contributing to transparent and cane pricing mechanism. The third response is development of a mechanism for sharing proceeds. The Sugar Pricing Committee is supposed to work on a mechanism of equitable share of proceeds from disposable sugar and byproducts between millers and growers. This will create a collaborative and sustainable relationship in the sugarcane industry and will be achieved through operationalization of the cane testing unit. And the final response, Honorable Speaker, is that seed cane multiplication and distribution will take place at the Sugarcane Research Institute, which has 27 new cane varieties. The government is working on a mechanism to undertake multiplication and distribution of the seed cane varieties that are early maturing, high yielding, and resistant to pests and diseases, and may I add the fact that also the high sucrose content. So provision of farm inputs like subsidized fertilizers to improve the yields and also provide more earnings to the farmers is also in the package. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Okay, so we have that response. I think the next They don't have the... Honorable Elsie is not here. Oh, you're back. Okay. You weren't present when he started answering. That's why I was going to skip you. Okay, Honorable Elsie Muhanda, Kakamega County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this chance. I wish it to be on record that the response is not satisfactory. When I look at the ratio of setting the price, it has still not taken into account the price of the fertilizer, the cost of production. So going back to my people in Western, with this kind of response, this is not going to help the farmer, this is not going to help cane production, because where we are sitting, the farmers are frustrated. The farmers are putting in more than they are getting. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Mutunga.
Honourable Speaker, the report I've just read indicates clearly that after the provision of subsidized fertilizers, the farmers are producing at a much cheaper and the productivity has increased. I do not know what the honourable member really alludes to when she says that the farmers are suffering.
I think if there had been actual figures, maybe the member would have been more satisfied. But you can still raise the issue with actual figures, the question with actual figures, what you think it is, and then maybe we can get a better response. Okay, the Honourable Member for Lurambi, Honourable Khamala.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the chair and the responses that he has given. Madam Speaker, I appreciate the revision of the price per ton, which was revised by 50 shillings upward. That's just a palliatory. But I strongly believe that for us to resolve all the questions that we have around sugarcane farming and the trade at large, the sugar bill that is with us is going to provide a solution, because the problems we are having are as a result of AFA. AFA has not been generous with sugarcane farming, and I believe when the sugar bill comes and we all give it the support that we need to give it to pass it, it will bring back the Kenya Sugar Board. Kenya Sugar Board will bring back directors that are elected by farmers, and we'll have so many of these things resolved. So, Madam Speaker, also, I don't want to open it up, but the importation of sugar coming in, I pray and hope that the Minister of Trade and the Minister of Agriculture can resolve that. Other than that, I want to say thank you, Chair, for the response, and we are people of faith, so we'll look forward with hope.
Thank you. Next response from the Chairperson, Administration and Internal Security, in response to the question by the Honorable Marianne Kaitan, Member for Aldai. Member for Aldai, your answer is here.
I think there's quite a number.
Yeah, actually, the remaining 6 questions are all addressed to your committee. Which one do you want
there
to
are
start
6 of
with?
them. I can start with the Marianne question.
The one by Member for Aldai?
Yeah, just
Okay.
sure. So I don't know whether I will do we have to go in a particular order or?
Yeah, let's first make sure that the members who are already here. Is the Honorable Member for Alego Usonga, Honorable Atandi here? No, so we can start with the ones where we have a member present.
Maybe this one,
The Honorable
Maclab.
Member for Embakasi West is present, so you can move to number 7. After the one by Member for Aldai, you move to the one for Member for Embakasi West.
And maybe McLeod.
And then I don't see any question. There's no question by...
Baringo. Yeah, I have got yours also. 6. Just help me sort.
Okay.
Thank you, Honorable
Tongoyo,
Speaker.
desist from consulting with the member.
Okay.
Because it is me who
Well
will give you the
advised.
permission.
Well
So I'm
advised.
just explaining to you what you should do. You can ignore Honorable Magilap.
Okay, well
Okay,
guided.
so you'll move to number 7. And because the Honorable Member for Embakasi, Mark Mwenjo, is here, and the Honorable Member for Koinoin, Honorable Brighton Yagon, is here. So just go to 3, 7, and 8 first in that order, because the...
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The member for Aldai constituency, Honorable Marianne Kaitan, had requested for a statement regarding maendeleo ya wanawake election. And in specific, the Honorable member particularly sought to be informed, one, aware that the effect of the COVID-19 pandemics are now under control, what plan does the maendeleo ya wanawake have to call for election at the earliest visible date? And the mechanism in place to ensure that NGO adheres to the existing act. Honorable Speaker, maendeleo ya wanawake organization, famously known as MYWO, was registered in 2004 as an NGO and now transited as a public benefit organization under the new act in the mandate to ensure and empower women and families through various capacity building intervention that promote social, economic, and technological status of Kenyan women. The maendeleo ya wanawake elections are governed by Regulation 3 of MWYO regulation attached to its constitution. Of the specific interest to this matter at hand is Regulation 3I, which provide maendeleo elections shall be held after every 5 years in accordance with these rules unless advised by the AGM depending on the prevailing circumstances. In an attempt to comply with the foregoing regulation, the maendeleo ya wanawake held a National Executive Committee as evidenced by the minutes dated 26th to 27th January 2023, where elections were extensively discussed with attempts to set election date, which proved futile, with the matter referred to the organization's AGM, which was to be held in August of the same year. However, on 11th August, maendeleo ya wanawake held another NEC meeting where the opinion of all maendeleo ya wanawake leadership ranging from grassroots to the national officials was sought, and it was eventually agreed that election be held in 2026. As all members claimed that their areas were not ready to carry out elections in 2024, as had earlier on been proposed. However, on 9th of December 2023, the organization held its AGM. Within all the resolution of the various NECs were deliberated, considered, and either amended or upheld. On matters concerning election, the following unanimous resolutions were made by the delegates at the AGM. 1, election scheduled for 19th March 2024 be postponed owing to technical, administrative, or financial difficulties. The year 2024 to 2027 be used for massive and intensive recruitment drives and cleaning the membership register at various levels of the organization. C, establish a detailed calendar for the elections. And lastly, election to be held in the year 2028 after establishment of an authentic register of the members. Honorable Speaker, on the mechanism put by the NGO to ensure adherence to the existing act, the Public Benefits Organization Regulatory Authority is established under Section 34 of the Public Benefits Organization Act of 2023, and the mandate of the authority is to register and regulate NGOs, PBOs operating in Kenya, and despite operationalization of the Act, regulation to the Act are yet to be published, and thus the authority is still operating under the purview of the NGO Coordination Regulation of 1992. And lastly, Honorable Speaker, on the last question, requirement for the NGO to comply with the terms and conditions of the register, requirement for NGO to file annual returns and audited accounts for review at the closure of any financial year, requirement by the NGO to comply with the provision of their respective constitutions, and developing and publishment of the annual NGO sector report to advise the government on the role of NGO in national development plan and to provide information on their compliance level. And lastly, the mapping of NGO/PBOs in order to ascertain that the operations are in accordance with the Act and the regulation. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Okay, you want to move to Honorable Member for Aldai?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thanks for the response to my statement. However, the issue that was raised has not been addressed because the Act is very clear on management of these particular bodies. The excuses that they have given for non-compliance being that they are going to mobilize members. These are members of Maendeleo Wanawake who have been in existence for forever. It's not a new entity. The members exist and they've been there. And also to give excuses like things like COVID-19 and all these other pandemics, those are just excuses. It is like telling us that we cannot conduct an election because there was COVID-19. I mean, so my issue, Madam Speaker, is that the committee has still not addressed the issues that I raised, and in terms of compliance, what is required of them to comply, because as we speak right now, they have not complied, and the women who are members in my constituency and many parts of this country are crying because they need an election. The people who met were just a neck and not the members themselves to be asked. So therefore, Madam Speaker, I still feel that has not been addressed. And secondly, the issue of them complying in terms of reporting on their accounts and all other statements, again, that has not been complied. So I still stand to be guided on that statement.
Do you have any response? Yes, Honorable Member for Kisumu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Member for Kisumu West constituency. Madam Speaker, I belong to that committee, the Committee of Administration and Interior. But first and foremost, I want to speak as a woman who's also a member of Maendeleo ya Wanawake. Madam Speaker, this is the largest women grouping right from the grassroots. And Madam Speaker, it cannot be said that elections cannot be held for over 5 years, Madam Speaker, so that the women get an opportunity to put new leadership or to confirm the leadership that they have. Madam Speaker, Maendeleo deals with all aspects for women right at the grassroots. Why is it that it is always so difficult for leadership to let go through elections so that women can still affirm them or have another say as to who should lead them? Madam Speaker, if you look at it now, Maendeleo ya Wanawake is not as strong as it used to be. Because when leadership stay in power for too long, they become lethargic. They become used to what they're doing. And Madam Speaker, they deny the organization an opportunity to invigorate leadership and to allow new young leadership to take over. Yet we know that the world is changing and needs of women, like everybody else, is also changing. Madam Speaker, as much as I belong to that committee, I want to say that Maendeleo ya Wanawake needs to have an election, and reasons for them not having an election is not well explained by my chairperson in that response. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Tongoy, I hope you've taken note of that. Okay, so we can move to the next answer. Asked by the Honorable Mark Mwenche, member for Embakasi West.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. In response to the question that was asked by the member for Embakasi West constituency, Mark Mwenche, who had sought a statement regarding the fire incident in Nairobi County, He stated that on the 2nd August 2024, the market adjacent to Thika Road Mall was destroyed by fire. On the following day, the Toi, Umoja 2, Mathare 4A, Kayole, Kibondeni in Kangware, and Bondeni in Kibra markets were also destroyed by fire. The honorable member sought in particular a detailed report on investigation conducted by the ministry to determine the cause, the relief measures that the government is putting in place to ensure the traders who lost their livelihood are compensated. Secondly, thirdly, the long-term plan being implemented to protect market in the Nairobi region. Honorable Speaker, on the 2nd, the fire broke out in Wetamera slum, straight near Valcon House, just a few meters from the Thika Road Mall, along the Roysambu roundabout, opposite Shell petrol station. The affected area was not a market, but a structure used by traders as a store for merchandise. This hired space belonged to Waingoi, was completely destroyed in the blaze. Nairobi County fire fighters responded promptly and managed to extinguish the fire. Affected individuals are traders who lost the stock are 25, tenants affected were 10, and Mabati structure burned down were 12, permanent houses was 1, and the cause of the fire was not immediately determined. The crime scene investigators documented the scene and collected exhibits for forensic analysis. The Kenya Power and Lighting Company experts were also invited, and a comprehensive report will be issued upon completion of investigation, which is still ongoing. On the toy market, Honorable Speaker, on that, at around 5:30, a devastating fire swept through the toy market, destroying 1,253 stalls and causing extensive damage to the property of unknown value. 4 individuals were burned beyond recognition: Kevin Ocheng, who is aged 35, Janet Kweyu Ochek, to age 20, and the other victims remain unidentified. The fire was reported to Kibra Police Station, and the scene was visited by police officers and various officials. Samples and debris were sent to the government chemist for analysis, while the bodies were taken to Nairobi Funeral Home for postmortem and identification. The cause of the fire is still under investigation. On the Umoja 2 market, Honorable Speaker, the fire burned down 10 Mabati structures on 3rd August at around 5 a.m. at Umoja 2, affecting 20 people. The fire was controlled by the police officers, members of the public, and Nairobi firefighters, and the cause of the fire is currently under investigation. That is by the time of writing this report by the Directorate of Criminal Investigation, Kayole Police Division in Embakasi Sub-County. About the Mathare, the fires in Veno burned down Baghdad village, a slum located in the Mathare 4A. That is Untali location. The fire destroyed all the 85 Mabati structures and household goods. Nairobi firefighters responded and managed to put off the fire, and the cause of the fire suspected to be an electrical fault. The crime scene investigators personnel documented the scene. The debris were collected and taken for analysis at the government chemist to confirm the cause, but the report is not yet ready. Equally, the Kenya Power and Lighting Company Limited experts were invited also to the scene. On the issue of the Kayole market next to the Naivas, there is no report on the fire incident at Kayole market. On the Kibondeni market, our investigations have established that Kibondeni market does not exist in Kawangware. Rather, there exists Kibondeni College, which is in Westland constituency, sub-county, and no fire incident has been reported at the college. On the Bondeni market in Kibra, investigations have established that Kibra constituency has no market by the name Bondeni, and no recent fire has been reported in Kibra, other than the toy market incident, which occurred on that, as earlier stated. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, on the issue, on the other question on the relief measures that the government is putting in place, The following relief measures were taken to support the affected families and persons. The provision of both food and non-food items, which were distributed on the 5th August. And these items include food, non-food supplies, were distributed by the national government, the county government, and the well-wishers to the toy market traders, and a total of 7,200 iron sheets and nail and poles were given to the victims. The continuous barrasses and the public engagement to educate traders on the fire provision and control measures. And of course, this included educating the public on the safe electrical connection, emphasizing on the danger of illegal connectivity. However, Honorable Speaker, the ministry has no vote ahead to compensate the traders. On the issue of long-term, plans are underway to build modern market with fire hydrants, extinguishers, modern stores, lighting systems, accessible roads, ample space, and security communication network across the country to ensure the fire departments are well equipped and staffed for prompt response. And of course, upgrading existing market, including proper planning for accessibility of the fire engines. And ensure that traders conduct regular elections to resolve leadership issues. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, the recent fire incident in Nairobi have highlighted the urgent need for improved fire safety measures and infrastructure. Future strategies will focus on modernizing market infrastructure, improving emergency response capabilities, and ongoing public education to mitigate the risk of fire in incidences. And of course, this is to mention even close working and partnership between both the national government and the county government of Nairobi. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well, Honorable Mwenje. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the chair of the committee for his response. Honorable Chair, I want to confirm some of the details that he has put, that since I raised the question, there's been some relief to those members, more specifically to Moja 2, who are compensated both financially by the county and also non-food items so that they can be able to rebuild their businesses and get back on their feet. Honorable Speaker, the only issue I just want to add to some of the issues that he has mentioned. The issue of the modern markets as he has proposed, I would hope the chair of the committee would engage the Department of Planning, that when we do these modern markets, because some of these places where there are these modern markets, you don't have accessibility to them. And some of the modern markets, we can do them with containers or materials such as metal and mabatis. It needs to be done in a constructive manner that will allow for access. So if they consult together and give them guidelines, that would really help us. I'd also want to bring to the attention of the chair of the committee that we also even had another fire just yesterday. And one of the issues that I even raised with the president the other day was in Nairobi, the constituencies are not sub-counties. So you have less DCCs. Now, the other day, on Monday, actually, the president sat down with the entire administration and agreed that every constituency should be a sub-county. If the chair of the committee can ensure that happens in Nairobi, it will ensure that you have 17 DCCs in relation to the 17 constituencies. In these areas, you can ensure there are hydrants where water can be collected, because what will happen is that you have a fire in Mukuru or Umoja 2, but the truck has to leave and go somewhere else to get water, to come back. By the time it comes back, the fire has really spread. If you have these, if we ensure what the president gave as a directive on Monday, if that is followed, then I can assure the chair that you'll be able to respond quickly to these incidences within Nairobi, and you'll be able to ensure that you can change the face of Nairobi, ensure these services reach people, these relief efforts reach the ground, and even compliance. Those areas where roads have been blocked for accessibility, for fire engines, for relief measures, if you have these DCCs resident in their various constituencies, that will be able to really assist. Otherwise, I want to thank the chair because I know the personal effort you took to make those phone calls. They reacted even before you brought your statement. They reacted and relief went to some of those areas. And I want to thank you for the good job that you've done. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Very well, Honorable Mwenje. Let's have Deputy Speaker, Honorable Boss.
Allow me to say something about these fires that have been very prevalent in our country. I think, first of all, it's not enough to constantly, once the fire has happened, to try and compensate the victims or to try and ask the government to help. I think we have a responsibility as the citizenry to ensure that wherever we are operating business, we must confirm that it is capable of being able to deal with a fire tragedy, should it happen. For example, I think, Honorable Mwenje, you should ask your traders, they should not agree to pay the county the levies and fees that they pay at the markets if there is no fire extinguisher in the premises. Because you have to be responsible. You can't say serikali saidia each time. You must ask yourself, in this marketplace, suppose there is a fire, do we have extinguishers? Are the fire hydrants nearby? If not, they must say we are not paying any fees until those things are put in place. Because that is the responsibility of the citizenry. We cannot be people who complain. Similarly with the schools, I've been telling parents, you as parents, when you drop your child to a certain school, it is your responsibility to ask, when the children are sleeping in the dormitory, is there a matron inside the dormitory? Is the door locked from outside? Is there escape routes for the children should there be a fire tragedy? Because yes, the government has said all dormitories should not have grills, and that they should be capable of an adult child getting out of the window if necessary. But that is not being implemented. But we cannot expect the government to police every place. Each parent must have that responsibility to ensure that my child is in a safe space. I've encouraged parents to form small associations. You can make a group of 10 parents to be the ones who goes to inspect the schools, and even make impromptu stops at night to see where these children are being put. So it's very important that we begin to talk to the wananchi, to ask them, like, let us become our own police officers. Because ultimately, it is us who suffer. And at the end of the day, the government cannot compensate lives. It can only compensate property. When it is a market, it's easy. But what about when it was children, like the recent tragedy that we had at the school? So we must begin to change the conversation around this. Even here as members of parliament, we should be asking ourselves, how many fire extinguishers do we have at various points? How many times have we in this parliament had a fire drill? Not the time I've been in parliament. Nobody has prepared us for any fire drills. Should we escape? The other day when we had the breach of parliament and people came in, even getting out, nobody had trained us where exactly to go, where are the exit points, where are the places to take cover, and so on. So we must become the owners of our own security. Thank you, and I hope that the chairperson for Internal Security and Administration will summon the various institutions to ensure that this is done. It is not enough for a county to have a fire brigade truck sitting at a certain place. It's better to have more fire extinguishers than a truck in any specific place. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity.
Very well. Or maybe this should be the last interest. Yes, Honorable Member. Rosa Buyu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I don't pretend to speak for government, but I'm speaking as a member of ODM who sits in the Committee of Administration. Mr. Speaker, I've just listened to the solution that the Honorable members put through. And one of those solutions is that we make each constituency a sub-county. I know that in the committee, we've actually been talking and seeking authority so that we can have each constituency as a sub-county. But you know that once that is done, it has a lot of implications on budgets. We know where we are coming from, and the Gen Zs just confirmed it to us that we are not in a good place to be spend. We don't have money to extra money to spend, and we must be vigilant on how we spend the little that we have. The truth of the matter is that it's not possible to have every constituency be a sub-county. So in whatever solutions that we are seeking, there must be solutions that are workable within the budget that we have currently. So as much as it might look glossy, and as much as it might be what we are looking for and what we want, we know that we are facing real budget constraints, and it would not be possible to make every constituency a sub-county. Thank you, Chair.
What's your point of order, Honorable?
Rise under Standing Order number 1 and ask you, Mr. Speaker, that the last 3 weeks before we went to recess, I had a statement. And yesterday, I was called by the clerks to say my statement will be read this morning session, and the chair for security has the answer. The only problem is that the order paper does not contain that. So, Speaker, I'm asking you to implore use article Standing Order number 1 and ask the chairman to give me the answer because he's here. So, Speaker.
Very well, I've heard you, but I would advise and I will actually rule and indicate that talk to the table. We shall allocate your statement possibly just this afternoon or as soon as it's possible. Otherwise, I think let's have the last person speaking on this and the very last, Honorable Wanyonyi, and then we move to the next order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the chance to talk about this problem of fire in this country. It's not only in Nairobi, but it's all over. We are losing innocent lives because of not being prepared or not even thinking of tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, I think we should, as a House, be able to pass a resolution as to what we should do to at least to assist those innocent souls of this country that have actually gone missing. And you know the case of Nyeri, the Speaker, and you know I also had a problem in my constituency where we lost almost 4 innocent students because of the fire. And on going to inspect the building, the dormitory in which the children were, we found that actually it was carelessness of the school management. And therefore, I think, first and foremost, Mr. Speaker, we should actually look at it and see what we should do. And as somebody was saying, you can imagine fire is in the house and the door actually are closed inward other than outward. Secondly, no fire extinguisher in the schools. Thirdly, Mr. Speaker, there was nobody in that home. So I want to take this opportunity to ask this House that I think you should have the resolutions to be able to at least do something about fire problems in all the places, including the schools, particularly innocent souls in schools. And therefore, I want to support that statement made, and I've made my point. And I think, Mr. Speaker, before you cut me short, I also want to ask the CDF officers in our respective constituencies to be able to go around the constituency and check on schools, particularly the dormitories where our innocent children go to, that actually some of these problems are actually observed and make correction accordingly to avoid further calamities in our schools. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. I'm not sure that that question was dealing with schools or dealing with toy markets. But I think there's a lot of juiciness on the matter affecting schools, and one of the honorable members could bring a substantive motion or petition on the issue of schools. Next order. Very well. There's one more
I
statement.
still had one statement, but Honorable Speaker, if you just want to allow me, I don't want to really go back to what members have said, but I want also to say that the issue of fire and all this is not just the mandate of national government. It is a cross-cutting. It needs a collaboration between all the players, all the sectors, to include the county governments that, of course, who are supposed, of course, to have the fire engines to help to put off whenever such an incident has happened. And it's very unfortunate, even in my own county, for the last 1 month or 1 week, we've been having a lot of cases of fire outbreaks. And it's very unfortunate that even county like Narok, with a lot of money, does not have even the simplest equipment like the fire engines. So I support the sentiment of members. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, on the question being sought by the MP for Konoin constituency, my friend Brito Diogon, he had sought a statement regarding the disappearance of the one friend Chepngeno, a student of the Catholic University of East Africa. The honorable member particularly saw the following: the status of the investigation into the mysterious disappearance of the said person, which was reported at Ongatarongai police station on OB 7228, November 2023, and whether the family has been informed of the circumstances surrounding a disappearance and our whereabouts. Secondly, the step that the ministry has taken to ensure the missing student is expeditiously traced, and of course the security measures that the government has taken to guarantee the safety of all students and school-going children in order to protect them from potential instances. Honorable Speaker, on 28th November, one Freda Chepngeno, a student at Catholic University of East Africa, was reported missing with the Ongatarongai police station number that I had stated. A circulation of the missing person to all police stations in Kenya was made via Ongatarongai police station signal, and the preliminary investigation revealed that on 22nd November 2023, friend Chepngeno and our friend Yvonne Wamboi went to Legend Club within Ongatarongai Township. They were in the company of their respective boyfriend, Mr. George Osawe and Edwin. They took drinks up to around 2 a.m. before Frenda with George to his residence at Liza Hills. And likewise, Yvonne accompanied Edwin to his residence. Frenda left her boyfriend's residence the following day at around 8 a.m. for an interview of Siron at Siron Hotel within Rongai. She never attended the alleged interview and has never been seen since then. An analysis of our call data and IMEI history revealed that on the 23rd November, same year at around 6 p.m., a different mobile line was activated in Frenda's handset and was deactivated on 26th at around 7 a.m. The owner of the said phone number, Paul Momanyi, was arrested at a Kware area within Ongatarongai Township and interrogation. He agreed, having used a mobile phone, make Samsung A13 on the above date. The description of the said phone fitted the one belonging to the missing Frenda. Paul Momanyi stated that the said mobile number had been brought to him on the 23rd November at around 9 a.m. by Mr. Cyrus Ongeri, who was a border rider and a friend to him as a security for a loan of 1,200. Mumanyi inserted his SIM card into the said phone and used it up to 26th when Cyrus Ongeri paid back his money. Honorable Speaker, from the above finding, Cyrus Ongeri became the person of interest in this matter. All efforts to trace him have been on course and still, by the time of writing this statement, being made to arrest him. The investigating officers, in a constant liaison with the Criminal Research and Intelligence Bureau, personnel from DCI headquarters for phone data and analysis and any technical assistance. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, the government has taken the following measures to ensure the security of all students and school-going children. The stakeholders' engagement with learning institutions on enhancing security of students, carrying out security sensitization and awareness to students in learning institutions, carrying out constant patrol to data and control criminal activities, enhancing gathering of intelligence to enhance apprehension and prosecution of criminals, and arresting and prosecution of persons who have been established bars and illicit brew dens to close to learning institutions, which are hidden, which are hideout for criminal in some instances. And parents and guardians are urged to escort young learners to and from school to ensure their safety. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. The Honorable Member for Konoin is in the House. Proceed.
Yes, Chair, Honorable Chair. Not satisfied with the answer, Honorable Chair. Why? Because Frenda Chepngeno disappeared last year, November. On the circumstances that the Chair has put, however, there was a lot of laxity, there was a lot of lack of diligence with regards to, with DCI, with regards to follow-up and trying to follow up on Gary Silas, who is the person of interest in this matter, who even took her phone. And Chair, you cannot disappear in this country and without trace, Chair. We need DCI to move faster so that they can find Frenda Chepngeno, so that Frenda can reunite with the family. I'm not satisfied with the answer, Chair.
Chair.
Speaker, as I agree with the member, we all know the issue of investigation. At times you cannot predict the timelines. But I want to commit to the member and of course to Kenyans and to this House that the DCI department will do anything humanly possible to do justice to one Brenda and make sure that the family, the people who are responsible are prosecuted. Thank you, Speaker.
Very well. You have another statement? In fact,
I've got a number, but I think the Speaker had ruled that I do for the members who are in the House, maybe the rest in the afternoon.
The Honorable Samuel Atanji is not in the House. He had sought a statement from you. The Honorable Samuel Rama is not in the House. He had also sought a statement from you. I therefore propose that you table those statements. Yeah, for record purposes, because they're not in the House. Next order.
Order number 8, procedural motion, exemption of specified business from standing.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move the procedural motion to exemption of specified business from Standing Order 43. Honorable Speaker, that this House resolves to exempt the business appearing as Order number 11 in today's order paper from the provisions of Standing Order 43, being a Wednesday morning, a day allocated for business not sponsored by the majority or minority party or business sponsored by a committee. Honorable Speaker, as I move this motion, we have very important business, especially in Order 11. Notwithstanding that the other orders are very important, Honorable Speaker, but you see, this is a very special order and comes in a special motion. And this motion is to ensure that this country has a substantive Inspector General of the Police. And therefore, I'd like to request this House, the indulgence of members and you, the Honorable Speaker, that you allow us today, this Wednesday, 18th September, to actually debate this particular motion, which is not sponsored by the leader, majority, or minority, so that we can expedite the installation of a new Inspector General of Police in this country. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move and request that the Honorable Naomi Wako, the Honorable Deputy Chief Whip, who is now the acting Deputy Majority Leader, to second.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, I stand to second this, and it is important that all the members, honorable members, to create time so that we can contribute to this, because it is a matter that concerns all of us, and it is a national concern. The earlier we do this, the better. So I second. Thank you.
Honorable members, order. Honorable members, I propose the question that this House resolves to exempt the business appearing as order number 11 in today's order paper from the provisions of Standing Order 43, being a Wednesday morning, a day allocated for business not sponsored by majority or minority party, or business sponsored by a committee. Do I put the question? Thank you, honorable members. Honorable members, I now put the question that this House resolves to exempt the business appearing as order number 11 in today's order paper from the provisions of Standing Order 43, being a Wednesday morning, a day allocated for business not sponsored by the majority or minority party, or business sponsored by a committee. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as those of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 9, the Environmental Professionals Institute of Kenya Bill, National Assembly Bill number 36 of 2024, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to provide for the establishment of the Environmental Professionals Institute of Kenya, to provide for the registration, licensing, and regulation of the standards and practice of environmental professionals, and for connected purposes. Order number 10, the Birth and Deaths Registration Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 37 of 2024, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Birth and Deaths Registration Act and for connected purposes. Order number 11, special motion, consideration of a nominee for appointment as the Inspector General of the National Police Service.
Leader.
Honorable Speaker, I would like to request the chairperson, the honorable chairperson of the committee, the Honorable Tongoyo, to move this and that he will appoint the person that would second him. But then I will come in and debate, Honorable Speaker, with your indulgence.
The Honorable Tongoyo, proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Leader Majority. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopt the report of the National Assembly Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security and the Senate Standing Committee, Senate Standing Committee on National Security, Defense, and Foreign Relations on the approval hearing of Mr. Douglas Kanja Kiroche, nominee for appointment to the position of the Inspector General of the National Police Service. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provision...
Order, Honorable Tongoyo. Move the motion as it is on the order paper. Please. Read it as it is on the order paper. You can pass an order paper to Honorable Tongoyo. Very well.
Number 11. Consideration. Mr. Kancha. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Yeah. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. That taking into consideration, I beg to move that, taking into consideration the finding of the Joint Committee of the National Assembly Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security and the Senate Standing Committee on National Defense Foreign Relations in report on the vetting of Mr. Douglas Kancha for approval as the Inspector General of the National Police Service, laid on the table of the House on the Tuesday, 17th September 2024, and pursuant to the provision of Article 247(2)(a) of the Constitution, Section 12(1) of the National Police Service Act Cap 84, and Section 8 of the Public Appointments Act Cap 7F. This House approved the appointment of Mr. Douglas Kancha Kiroche as the Inspector General of the National Police Service. Honorable Speaker, as earlier stated, pursuant to the article that I read of 247(2)(a) of the Constitution, Section 12(2) of the National Police, and the Section 5 of the Public Appointment Approval Act 7F, His Excellency the President submitted the name of Mr. Douglas Kancha Kiroche, CBS, OGW, as the nominee for appointment to the said position of Inspector General of the National Police Service. Mr. Speaker, the Speaker of National Assembly and the Speaker of the Senate via communication made on the 1st August 2024 and conveyed the message from His Excellency the President nominating Mr. Kancha as the nominee for appointment to the said position of the Inspector General of National Police Service. Consequently, the Speaker of both houses, the National Assembly and the Senate, referred the matter to the National Assembly relevant committees of both Senate and National Assembly. And according to Section 6(9) of the Public Appointment, the Parliamentary Approval Act, the Clerk of the Assembly and the Clerk of the Senate invited interested members of the public to submit any representation by written statement on oath with supporting evidence on the stability of the nominee for the appointment to the position of the Inspector General. The invitation was made with advertisement that appeared in the Daily Nation, on the Standard newspaper on 3rd August. A total of 30 memoranda were received regarding stability of the said nominee. Mr. Speaker, out of the 30 memorandum, only 2 met the requirement of the law. One of the memoranda by one Mr. Eliud Karanja Matindi, who contested the nomination, was not nominated for approval of appointment, basing lack of fair competition and merit. After consideration of the memorandum, the committee observed that under the Article 245 of the Constitution, Section 12(2), the National Police Service Act, Cap 84, the Inspector General of the Police is nominated by the President with the approval of Parliament. That not submitting into competitive process. So we found that it not actually meet the threshold. On the other memorandum that we received was one by Engineer Madenge, who, of course, who contested the stability of the nominee, citing some conflict of interest and an issue they had over land. And after the committee interrogated, the nominee had responded satisfactorily to the issue raised by Engineer Madenge, to the satisfaction of the committee during the approval hearing. Mr. Speaker, this notification was followed up with a letter to the nominee inviting him to attend the approval hearing, which was done by the joint said committee. During the approval hearing, the nominee we had, of course, as a procedure, a questionnaire which was filled by the nominee. And as a requirement of Chapter 6, the committee received responses from ODPP, Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, the KRA, the Higher Education Loan Board, the DCI, Office of the Registrar of Political Parties, and the Credit Reference Bureau, which all of them cleared the nominee. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to the provision of Article 118 of the Constitution, Section 6.3 of the Public Appointment, and the Standing 45.3 of the National Assembly Standing Orders, and the Standing Order 77.2 of the Senate Standing Order, the Clerk of the National Assembly and the Senate, by way of advertisement in the print media, notify the general public of the intention of committee to attend the approval hearing. And for record, Honorable Speaker, we had actually a handful number of Kenyans who were in the vetting in the room during the process. The committee on 13th August 2024 undertook the approval hearing. That was on a Thursday. A pre-hearing. And on 15th August 2024, the joint committee of both houses conducted the approval hearing. And they were guided by the provision of the Constitution and the Public Appointment Act of the National Police Service. During the approval hearing, Mr. Speaker, the committee considered nominees' duly filled questionnaire, the curriculum vitae, the candidate academic credentials, provisional training and experience, and the personal integrity and the background to assess the stability of the candidate for the said position. The committee made several observations, Mr. Speaker. The nominee, until his nomination to the said position, was acting Inspector General of Police. He had served this republic in the service for 39 years, the record 39 years. And he started working as a constable since 1985 and rose through the ranks to the position of DIG before he was actually made the acting IG. From the police constable, the nominee had actually worked almost in every part of this country, to include the remotest part, and more importantly, the North Rift, and even the Northeastern, which are areas that are considered to be most insecure in this country. The nominee, Mr. Speaker, had on the issue of course, academic qualification, which is a requirement of law. The nominee holds a bachelor's degree in commerce, the finance option, from Nairobi University, awarded in 2014, and this diploma in business management, acquired in 2009. Mr. Speaker, it's important to note that the issue of the degree, because it was an issue that actually some members brought about, the nominee's degree from University was validated and authenticated by the Commission for University Education, following a request by the nominee to the Commission. And the same letter from the Commission for University Education is actually in the report and signed by one Gilbert Opanga. Mr. Speaker, during his tenure in the police service, the nominee led critical security operation, notably the coordination, shift coordination and response during the Dusit terrorist attack in 2009. We all remember that sad day. The nominee was actually the person coordinating the operation, which was very successful. Besides, the nominee led several operations to include Operation Fagia Msitu in Boni Forest in Lamu County, which had actually tremendously reduced the terrorist activities in the region. The kind of the tranquility and the peace we have in that region, to a big extent, is attributed to the effort of the nominee before this House today. The nominee, Honorable Speaker, holds several awards in recognition of his outstanding and distinguished service to this nation in various capacities and responsibilities. And I think I'd earlier included a mention that he has actually worked virtually in every corner of this country. So he's a man that he knows every corner of this country like the palm of his hand. While serving as the acting inspector general, the nominee demonstrated strong leadership abilities and managerial skills. And actually, when we were doing the supplementary, because he was acting then, we actually saw a man who is a team player, which is a critical leadership skill for a person of that position, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, during the approval hearing, the nominee was able, to the satisfaction of the committee, to exhibit knowledge in matters relating to the security, to law, management, leadership, and quality necessary to administer and manage command of the National Police Service as a disciplined service prescribed under Section 11 of the National Police Service. Mr. Speaker, I think I mentioned that we really canvassed and looked critically into the background and the record of the officer, and it was very impressive to note that for having 39 years, this is an officer that has never been implicated in any issues of corruption, in any issue of indiscipline, or any wrongdoing. Is an officer who his level of discipline is par excellent, and a very patriotic officer who is patriotic to this nation. Mr. Speaker, the nominee, as necessary from the interrogation and for experience spanning the almost 40 years, we were convinced that the nominee had the requisite experience and qualification to hold the office of Inspector General of National Police Service. Mr. Speaker, among the very critical issues that I want to really discuss, we all know the current issues that are going in this country and the very needed reform in the police service, which are actually well enumerated in the Maraga Task Force report. And I want also to mention that even as we speak, this morning, His Excellency the President had launched the strategic plan to see the implementation of the police reform that were actually as stipulated in the Maraga report. And the committee was able to interrogate the nominee to see the stability for the said position. And we were convinced, Honorable Speaker, that this man is the best fitted man to implement and oversee the police reform. Mr. Speaker, we took the nominee through several very critical issues affecting this country, to include the issue of insecurity in the North Rift and the eastern part of the country. And he was able really to convince the committee that the man is best fitted for the job. Having already been actually the commandant of JSU, he has been actually trained in several training during his service, in this, his years in the service, and has been actually even in the training colleges. And more critically, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Speaker, we all know that one of the critical issue in the police service is the issue of the public trust and the corruption. The committee was convinced beyond any reasonable doubt that one Mr. Douglas Kancha will be able to handle the issue of corruption in the police service. We were so much impressed, and actually to the disbelief of many, that the worth of Mr. Kancha was 46 million, which was actually, it was hard for members to believe, knowing that how the corruption is rampant in our police service, and he has been serving in high ranks. That demonstrates the ability that this nominee will be able to handle the ghost of corruption in the police service and bring dignity to our service. Mr. Speaker, without taking much time, I want really to convince this House, or I want to prove to this House, that the man before you today is the man that Kenyans need, is the man that the Kenyan service need to bring about the change that we have been looking for too long, for many years, especially in the reform in the police service, to stamp out corruption, and of course, to take this country forward in matters security. Mr. Speaker, based on the observation made, I want to recommend that this House approve the nomination of Mr. Douglas Kiroche, CBC, OGNW, for appointment as Inspector General of the Police Service. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move, and I now request my very able Vice Chair, Honorable Retired Colonel Dido Raso, to second this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Raso, but order for record purposes, you did pronounce yourself on Article 247. It is Article 245 2A of the Constitution. Proceed, Honorable Raso.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I stand to second, and I want to say from the onset that I associate myself fully with the statement that has been made by my chairman, that Mr. Kanja has been found suitable by the Joint Committee of the Senate and that of the National Assembly. Honorable Speaker, Mr. Kanja started as a police constable and rose through the ranks. He actually went through 13 stages to be the nominee and contestant for the position of the IG. He waited for his time. He waited on the line. For that reason, I think these are the sort of people who, when they appear before Parliament or anybody, bodies that are going to determine whether individuals are suitable, it indicates that they have qualified to be where they are, irrespective of tribe, irrespective of the regions they come from. They are on a professional line that we can all say that, yes, he waited for his time and he has done due diligence for the work that he has been given. Honorable Speaker, Mr. Kanja is not new to this House. He is the immediate former Deputy Inspector General of the National Police Service, where he was at vigilance. And he has been able to communicate, to talk to members of Parliament, who, when you have issues concerning your constituents, he has been very diligent to attend to those without discrimination or without feigning that members of Parliament are actually disturbing him. So among these many things, are the reasons why we as a committee, we have said Mr. Kanja is suitable, and we ask the House to join us in approving his nomination. Honorable Speaker, there were memorandums which were presented about this particular nominee. And of those 23, it is actually mind-boggling to find for the first time a policeman at that level. Majority of the memorandum were positive. They were in his favor. And of note was, I think, a memorandum that talked about his action during the Dusit attack, that infamous terrorist attack that took so many lives, and his heroic actions, and that of the other policemen who were with him. It is what saved so many lives on that fateful day. Honorable Speaker, as the chairman has already said, many questions were raised with this particular nominee, particularly on the issues of corruption in the police force, which is a teething thing. And many of us sitting in this House will actually turn around and say the police is the most corrupt institutions. But one of the questions that this particular nominee was able to explain in very fine detail is that the issue of corruption is not just akin to the police force, but it is a societal problem that we must begin to tie it down from the early age, in primary school, in secondary school, so that the society is fully aware about the bane of corruption in our society. Honorable Speaker, on the invasion of Parliament, this particular nominee was able to say with frankness that indeed that was a breach and there was omission or commission on the part of the police service, and they should have done better on that particular instance. Honorable Speaker, this particular nominee, I think we, as a committee, we have confidence that he will be able to bring the National Police Service, IPOA, the oversight body of the National Police Service, and also the National Police Service Commission. Over the years, these three institutions that look at policy, oversight, and the functioning of the police have not been working together. It has been a concern to the committee, and we have asked him, in case the House approves his nomination, he must be prepared to walk the talk to make sure that those three bodies work hand in glove. Finally, Honorable Speaker, it is the issue of the police. In the recent months, the police has been at the center of debate, both in the national media, among us as politicians and leaders. We must ask ourselves, does Kenya need a police force? What type of a police force do we need? Because the police will generally reflect the character of the nation. We cannot say we have good people and we have a bad police force. It doesn't really add up. The police is a constitutional body. They must act within the Constitution. But equally, the Kenyan citizenry must also begin to identify with the police that we citizens must act within the law. The police are there under the Constitution to safeguard lives and properties. Those are my property and your property. The life of all of us as we sleep in our homes. There are policemen who are on the beat in the night to make this country secure. And for that reason, we must look beyond small or petty issues that the police are this, the police are that. It is important to actually identify that today our police are doing a very good job in the Caribbean to restore normalcy to a country that had just gone to the dogs. And that is how professional this police force is. Finally, Honorable Speaker, I want to join my chairman to request the House to approve this nominee. Thank you, Honorable Chairman.
Order, honorable members. Let me first, before I propose the question, acknowledge the presence of Ndundune Second School in the public gallery this morning. Ndundune Second School is from Kibwezi constituency, Makueni County. Honorable members, I now propose the question. Order, honorable members. I now propose the question that, taking into account the consideration of the finding of the Joint Committee of the National Assembly Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Affairs and the Senate Standing Committee on National Security, Defense, and Foreign Relations, in its report on the vetting of Mr. Douglas Kanja Kirocho for approval as the Inspector General of the National Police Service laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 17 September 2024, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 245(2)(a) of the Constitution, Section 12(1) of the National Police Service Act, Cap. 84, and Section 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap. 7F, this House approves the appointment of Mr. Douglas Kanja Kirocho as the Inspector General of the National Police Service. The interest in this is overwhelming, and therefore I'll not put the question. The Honorable Tiende Amolo.
Could I get the mic? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the committee for the report. From the outset, I can confirm that I've read the report. I have read the recommendation for approval of the nominee, and I support that proposal. But Mr. Speaker, may I, on the outset, point out two things. One, contrary to what the chairman has said, that in their opinion, it is not open to subject such matters to merit and fair competition. I think that's against the Constitution. Every provision should be subjected to merit and fair competition, but that's not an indictment of the nominee. That is an issue of the nominating authority, so it cannot be held against the nominee. Secondly, the vice chair, in seconding the motion, used the word police force. We no longer have a police force. We have a police service, and that's where our problems begin. The nominee, as they are coming in, subject to this House's approval, must understand that they'll be running a police service and not a police force. Mr. Chairman, I want to support this because this nominee will be the 16th Inspector General, actually the 6th Inspector General since 2012, but if you start from 1964, they would be the 16th, because there were 10 before that. Mr. Chairman, I have looked keenly at the CV of the nominee. And this nominee is being nominated as the Inspector General at a very difficult time when the police service is under a microscope. It's under microscope for various reasons. First of all, Mr. Speaker, for impunity. It is a time that the acting Inspector General is demonstrating absolute impunity against the court. It is at a time the Inspector General, the acting Inspector General, is demonstrating impunity by withdrawing bodyguards of a judge because of orders that they perceive to be adverse. That is absolute impunity. Mr. Chairman, it is also at a time when there are unexplained disappearances and abductions. Just this morning, the chairman was made to commit to make a statement tomorrow. There are so many instances of unexplained disappearances and abductions. Mr. Chairman, it is also coming at a time when there have been questions of the police handling of lawful...
Order, Otenda Molo. I'm now the Speaker, not Chairman. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know you are my chairman in other areas, so... But for these purposes, Mr. Speaker, it is also coming at a time when there have been questions of the police handling of lawful demonstrations and picketing in terms of use of excessive force. But Mr. Speaker, I have examined the report of the committee and looked at the CV of the nominee, and I would say I'm impressed. I'm impressed first, Mr. Speaker, because from all the reports, this nominee is without blemish in his 39 years of service. That is not easy for a policeman. That is not easy for a person who has even been a deputy inspector general and a commandant of the GSU. That is rare. Mr. Speaker, I'm also impressed because this is a person who you'd say has risen from humble beginnings in the service, from the lowest possible level as a constable to come up to this high level. It is not easy. We are used to getting CVs of people who have come at a very high level. Mr. Speaker, I am also impressed because this nominee has shown resilience. If you look at the CV, this nominee is not a genius. But you are not required to be a genius to be the Inspector General. All you are required to do is to have a degree. This is a man who has gone through what we'd call elimu ya ngumbaru. He's a man who has educated himself from the lowest level. I see that he only got a diploma in 2009, got his degree in 2014. You know, this is a self-made man. He's resilient, and that is actually a good sign. And Mr. Speaker, I have also carefully looked at the report. There has not been any demonstration of impunity. And for me, that is critical. We need an Inspector General that understands that you must operate within the law. You know, Mr. Speaker, some things must be said. As the Inspector General of the police, you must have the humility that Nelson Mandela had when he was president. When Nelson Mandela was confronted with a court order that was adverse to government and he was urged to defy it, he said that I do not agree with the courts, but in the interest of this country, I will comply with those court orders. That is what an Inspector General must do, because as the foremost enforcer of the law, you must be seen to respect the law. If you don't, then those to whom you enforce the law will not respect the law. And I fault the acting Inspector General right now for showing impunity. When the courts require you to appear, all you need is appear. You don't need to defy and then issue a press conference explaining the functional and operational independence of the police service. There is no independence from the authority of the court. There is no independence from the authority of parliament. Your independence is within what is defined. When you are summoned by parliament, you must come. When you are summoned by the court, you must come. That kind of impunity is unacceptable. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, the acting Inspector General should know that he's working on thin ice. First of all, strictly speaking, there is no provision to appoint an acting Inspector General. And I dare the committee to consider this matter. Section 16 of the National Police Service Act allows the President to appoint an acting Inspector General in the event of temporary absence of the Inspector General, which means there must be an Inspector General who is absent. Where there is no Inspector General, you cannot act You cannot appoint someone acting. So when you have been, by the generosity of happenstance, appointed an acting inspector general, you cannot then demonstrate such absolute impunity. You should be humble, because that happenstance can be withdrawn anytime. Mr. Speaker, I want to support this appointment. I want to urge that as Mr. Kanja comes in as the IG, let him demonstrate why we changed the police from a force to a service. Let him demonstrate the ability and confidence on what President Ruto promised, that there will be no unexplained disappearances. Let us have an era where we do not have that kind of thing. Let us have an era where everybody respects the law, everybody is below the law, and everyone then is held accountable. Mr. Speaker, I support.
Leader.
Give me the mic. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I stand to support this report and also to support the appointment of one Douglas Kanja Keroche as the Inspector General of the Police. Honorable Speaker, allow me to say this at the beginning. This country and the Constitution transformed the police from a force to a service. Douglas Kanja is a man who can provide service in the police force, in the police service. He's not that person that will turn it from service to force. We have a candidate, Honorable Speaker, that is a humble man, a man who respects both the mighty and the lowly. He is a man that is destined to ensure that human rights in this country are respected. I know Douglas Kanja. I worked with him when he was the county commander in Kilifi. He was the boss of the county, but he worked with even the lowest of people. And today, if Kanja steps in Kilifi, everybody respects him. Everybody says this is a man that lived his time here well. I am sure even when he takes the seat at Vigilance House, people will be happy that we have that kind of an Inspector General. He has his job cut for him. And I think he's the best Inspector General we can have at this particular time, when the people who are there at Vigilance House are trying to turn back the clock of the gains that we have had at the police in this country. Issues of human rights, respect for law are being clawed back by the people that we have right now at Vigilance House. I believe, and I very strongly do so, that one Douglas Kanja will take us to the time that Kenya should be. The president has been very clear. He doesn't want to see forced abductions. He doesn't want to see extrajudicial killings. He doesn't want to see impunity in the law. He doesn't want to see that. But you can see there are people who are letting him down. But I believe that one Douglas Kanja will stand with the principles that the president upholds and ensure that forced disappearances in this country do not recur. These things that our chairman here is every day being told to explain, where is so-and-so, where did he disappear to? We have this case of the MCA of Wajir, Mandera. This is a simple case, but you see the back and forth. We have these people who are, the current Inspector General has been asked to explain in court, but because he feels he's bigger than the law, he doesn't want to go to court. I tell him, this government does not entertain impunity, and that Masengeli man must go to court and answer to the charges that he has been put there, because that is being a servant. You cannot be above the law. And I think one Douglas Kanja will not purport at any one time to be above the law and to exercise the impunity that we are seeing. So I want to ask members here, even when Kanja served as the DIG, he listened to all of us. Yes. If you wanted something done, the only person you needed to talk to was Douglas Kanja Keroche. You give him a call whatever time, he will pick it, and he will actually act on your request. That is one Douglas Kanja. And I do not think he only did it for members of parliament. He also did it for other people who do not have rank in this country. Even the officers in the police service respect him. We need an officer who can be respected by the officers that he serves with in the police service. And one Douglas Kanja will bring honor, he will bring trust, and he will also bring respect to the police force. He also has one job that he must do. get rid of the corruption at Vigilance House and in the police force and the police service. He has that job cut for him. And I believe, very strongly so, Honorable Speaker, that Douglas Kanja will actually do the job. Probably, the police service will not be ranked anymore as the highest temple of corruption in this country, because I believe we have a man. And one last thing I want to say, I know Douglas Kanja fears God. He fears God. He's a religious man. He's a man that is schooled properly in Christianity and has been properly grounded. That I know. I have seen him practice it, and I know that we have one person that will transform the police service. I also want to say, I heard what the Honorable Senior Counsel, Lieutenant Amolo, said. I haven't heard him in this parliament say the kind of platitudes he has said about an officer. In fact, I was surprised that one Lieutenant Amolo today can actually say such things. It means we have the right man for this service. I don't think it's broad-based. It is because it has come from his heart and his experience with Douglas Kanja. And I would like to ask, I know Rosa Buyu really wants to speak on this, but I want to tell Rosa Buyu, we have a good man that we have to approve for this job. So I want to urge all members of parliament, let us come here in numbers, let's vote to vote the right man for the job, who will not perpetuate impunity, who will not do things that our Inspector General should not do. And we have one man, Douglas Kanja Karoche, for the job. I support and I request all other members to support. Thank you very much.
The Honorable Shadrach Mwiti. Yeah, he's number one on the list. Proceed.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute on this noble motion whereby I support or I concur with the findings of the Joint Committee. Mr. Speaker, Douglas Kanja Karoche has proved to be a great leader. The leadership he has shown on his colleagues and also to the fellow Kenyans makes him a very good IG when approved. Mr. Speaker, the track record of Douglas Kanja is crystal clear. His leadership in the various operations that he has done or he has led proves that he is going to make an excellent IG when confirmed by my fellow honorable members. The period he has served, Mr. Speaker, almost 4 decades in the civil service or on the police service, Mr. Speaker, shows that he has the experience that given this opportunity, which I'm very sure you've given, and I'm confident that his experience is going to give his colleagues a great direction on their leadership. Mr. Speaker, when Douglas Kanja was a director in the DCI, he gave or he activated leadership and improved on criminal identifications, and DCI, as a DCI director, he proved that he is able to give good leadership. Mr. Speaker, when Douglas Kanja was in Eastern Province, he did a great thing or gave the election on policing, and also, Mr. Speaker, the community engagements. Mr. Speaker, Douglas Kaja has shown great effort on ethical and integrity. For the 39 years Mr. Kaja has worked, he has not been implicated in any unethical activity. His integrity is very clear, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the findings of the Joint Committee is elaborate, and when Mr. Kaja is confirmed, I'm confident that the infrastructure of various police stations are going to improve. Mr. Speaker, I concur with the Joint Committee and associate myself with the report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Farah Malim.
Mr. Speaker, I also want to render my voice on this very, very important matter that's before us. Mr. Speaker, I have known Kanja for a few years. And I can tell you one thing, I am usually, ordinarily, normally, not too generous with compliments, but this is one man who has earned my respect, who has earned my respect in the criminal justice system. He is impeccable, he is very good, he's human, he's down to earth, and basically cares about this country the way a member of the security establishment in the country should be worried about our country. I come from an area that has got security issues. And one of the things that will impress you when you look at his CV, he started service in the Lokichokio area. The areas that essentially have got the same security situation as my area. And when you talk to him, it doesn't matter what time you call him, whenever there's an emergency, he is for sure going to call you back and he will attend to that problem personally himself. Every time I went to his office there and I said, these are the challenges we have there, he comes back to you when he has done a serious job. And always, invariably, every time, he has done something that was very patriotic and, in my opinion, exactly how somebody in that position should conduct himself and maintain the patriotism for this country, because there is nothing like a problem in the law and order. The moment you have a breakdown of law and order in a country, you don't have a country. You don't have a country. And I want him to continue with a very good job in this new position. He has our support. I can see the mood in the House is for him. I can attest to it. In my many years of being in politics and being a member of parliament, I have seen many, what do you call, he has no equal. Let me tell you one thing. He has absolutely no equal. So thank you very much, and I want to support the report of the Joint Committee, and I also implore on other members of parliament here in the National Assembly to support the appointment of Kanja as the new Inspector General for our country. Thank you.
The Honorable Lydia Haika.
Asante sana Spika, hata mimi kunipatia fursa hii ili niweze kuchangia katika mjadala huu ambao ni wa kumjadili huyu Inspector Jenerali wa polisi. Na kwanza nataka kuanza na kupongeza komiti ambayo imekalia ripoti hii na ikatuletea hapa. Nimeona ripoti ikiwa mzuri sana, wameweza kumchunguza vyema na wametuletea ripoti ambayo ni nzuri. Speaker, nataka kusema hivi. Huyu bwana Douglas Kanja Kirocho ni mtu ambaye ni mzoefu kwa kazi yake, na tumeona akipanda madaraka kuanzia alianza kazi hii akiwa kwa daraja ndogo, amepanda madaraka mpaka akafikia mahali amefika, na hivyo ndo tunataka kuona watu wakipanda vyeo hivyo na kuungwa mkono wakiwa wamefanya vyema. Kwa ubora wake tulimjua sana wakati alikuwa katika ile operation ya wakati kulikuwa na ile mambo ya bombing pale Dusit, na kwa kweli alifanya kazi nzuri na alifanya kazi vyema kabisa. Lingine ni kwamba hatujamsikia katika mambo ya ufisadi akitajwa, kwa sababu tumejua shirika hili la polisi limekuwa likiwa tajika sana, likitajwa na likihusishwa sana na mambo mengi ya ufisadi. Lakini miaka yote hiyo ameweza kuwa katika shirika hilo, basi hajahusishwa. Hilo pia ni jambo jema na ni jambo la kupigiwa upato, na kwa hivyo nataka kuungana na wenzangu kuunga ripoti hii mkono na kumtakia kila laheri atakapopata fursa ya kuwa Inspector General katika taifa letu la Kenya. Asante Bwana Spika kwa kunipatia fursa.
The Honorable Sarah Korere.
Shukrani Mheshimiwa Spika. Naungana na wenzangu kuunga ripoti ya kamati ambayo imewakilishwa mbele zetu. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, ni kwamba nikiwa moja ya kamati ya usalama tuliweza kupiga darubini huyu Inspector Generali ama aliyekuwa naibu Inspector Generali, na ukweli ni kwamba Spika, umahiri na ukakamavu alionayo bwana huyu katika kutekeleza majukumu yake ni ya hali ya juu sana. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, ukitazama kwamba alianza kazi yake ama alianza wito, manake mimi naona kama kuwa askari wa polisi pia ni wito, katika umri mchanga, na ukitazama pale alipofanya kazi Kenya hii ni mahali kama vile Lokishogio, Kapedo na kwingineko. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, hamna anaelewa zaidi vizuri hali ya usalama katika kaskazini mwa nchi yetu, na pale ambapo usalama imekuwa ni kitu ambaye imetukera sana wenyeji. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, huyu bwana alipokuwa naibu Inspector Generali ilikuwa rahisi kumfikia Kanja, rahisi mno kuliko kufikia komanda wa polisi katika kaunti yako mwenyewe. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, tunasema bwana huyu anastahili na anaweza. Sio kwa sababu ametoka mahali fulani, sio kwa sababu ako na jina fulani, ni kwa sababu ni Mkenya, na ni Mkenya ambaye anapenda nchi yake na amehudumia nchi yake kwa ukakamavu na pia kwa unyenyekevu. Mheshimiwa Spika, tukitazama masuala ya elimu, ukitazama kozi ambayo huyu bwana amepitia, ingewekwa pamoja na kusawasanishwa na degree, anaweza kuwa pia na PhD kwa yale ambaye ameweza kusoma kama polisi. Mheshimiwa Spika, nchi hii inahitaji polisi ambaye watahudumia wananchi, kwa sababu polisi ni huduma. Na nani atalete hii huduma? Mimi naamini huyu bwana ataweza kutekeleza hayo. Lakini kando na hayo ni kwamba mara mingi tunajipata tukiwa viongozi, tukiwa wananchi, tukiwalimbikizia lawama chungu mzima polisi kwa sababu ya kutotekeleza majukumu yao. Lakini tunakosa kutazama kwamba mara nyingi hata katika bunge hii tunapofanya bajeti, ile bajeti ya polisi wanapewa ni pesa kidogo sana. Ndio maana nataka kusema kama mmoja wa kamati ya usalama kwamba hata tunapopea huyu bwana kazi, hata tunapokuwa na matarajio chungu mzima, lazima polisi wapewe yale mambo ama yale fedha yatakayowawezesha kutekeleza majukumu yao. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, mara mingi mambo yakiharibika, kila mtu ana hukumu polisi. maneno ya haki za kibinadamu. Na mimi huwa nauliza tu swali moja, polisi sio binadamu. Polisi hana haki. Unatuma polisi akatekeleze wajibu, hana nguo rasmi ya kumkinga, labda kutokana na kurushiwa mawe, hana vifaa zile anahitaji za kutosha. Sasa huyo polisi unataka afanye nini? Tunaposema maneno haki za kibinadamu, lazima tuelewe kwamba polisi wana haki. Na hawa polisi si polisi tu, manake hamna factory ambayo inatengeneza polisi. Factory ni sisi tumezaa wa watoto, ni watoto wetu, ni ndugu zetu. Kwa hivyo lazima tuangalie vizuri ili nao wawe na ile motisha ya kuweza kulinda haki na usalama ya Kenya vizuri. Manake usipopatia mtu haki yake, hamna yeyote atakayepeana kile ambacho hana. Kwa hivyo ukimpa haki, atakupa haki. Ukimkataza haki yako, nawe usitarajie kupata haki. Kwa hivyo ninasema hivi, Mheshimiwa Spika, naunga mkono hayo. Na ningetaka tu kusema kwa viongozi wa Kenya. Kenya sasa hivi tuko tuna shida mingi, na sidhani shida yetu moja ni kujua nani anatawala mlima ama nini. Na ningetaka kusema hivi, Mheshimiwa Spika, katika nchi hii, viongozi wa nchi hii lazima wawe ni viongozi wa kuunganisha Kenya. Na iwapo yale tunaona yataendelea vile tunayaona, ati kwamba kuna watu fulani wamekuwa sasa ni viongozi wa sehemu fulani, basi hatuna budi tubadilishe katiba. Kila region ile ilikuwa 8 iwe na naibu wake, ndio tupate watu watazungumza juu ya Kenya mzima. Sio mtu kila siku kusimama kuanzia asubuhi mpaka jioni ni mlima. Kenya iko na mlima, Kenya iko na bonde la ufa, Kenya iko na coast na kadhalika.
You must be relevant. Anyway, other members, the Honorable Joseph Kihangara Larry, MP Larry.
Mlima. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I happen to come from the Mlima that is being referred to. From the onset, Mr. Speaker, let me say that I'm a member of the Committee on Administration and Internal Security, and I sat through the approval hearing process, and I stand to support the committee report and also urge my colleagues, members, to approve the candidate, that is Mr. Kanja, for the position of the Inspector General. Mr. Speaker, from the hearing, you realize that Mr. Kanja was employed in his early 20s in the police force, and meaning that he has worked for over 30 years in the police force. Mr. Kanja has risen through the ranks, starting from the position of a constable all the way to acting Inspector General. And Mr. Speaker, having Mr. Kanja appointed as the Inspector General is a way that will boost the morale of the police officers. Reasons being that if he has risen through the ranks to become now the Inspector General of Police, one of the problems we have in the police force is that there are people who are employed as constables and they stay in that position for forever, probably until they retire. Mr. Kanja will be the man now to bring the change that officers, as they serve, he is going to eliminate discrimination. Because we are aware that transfers and promotion of police officers has not been on merit in most cases. It has been on who knows who. And I think Mr. Kanja, having gone through the ranks, is somebody who's going to help us in this particular matter by boosting the morale of the police officers. Mr. Kanja, from the hearing, understands the challenges that are faced by police officers. We have been talking about police reforms, and these reforms on issues of corruption, on issues of the welfare of the police officers, all this has not been achieved. But Mr. Kanja is the right person to do this because he understands, for example, the deplorable conditions that police live in. He understands the issues that I've mentioned on promotion and transfers, and also the issue of corruption that is a big problem in this country. He's one man during the hearing who told us that if appointed as Inspector General, one of the things they are going to do, and especially in the traffic department, is to ensure that police officers have body cameras so that they can be able to be traced where they are. You can also be able to see the actions they're taking on the roads. And this is one way of assuring Kenyans that with Mr. Kanja at the helm of the police service, we are going to see some very tremendous changes. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Kanja also has worked in very many parts of this country, as members have mentioned. He has worked in areas where we had issues of the cattle rustling, and that means he's one person also who will be able to organize a police force so that they can be able to tackle the issues on the ground, and Kenyans will be able to live in peace. So I believe Mr. Kanja is the most suitable person to hold this particular position. Congratulate him as we move to approve the position, and also urge him and ask him that he should serve Kenyans from all corners of this country, of course, without discrimination. And he did show us during the approval, when he was acting Inspector General, that he was able to handle issues raised by members of the public. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I support, and thank you.
The Honorable Ndikiri Mugambi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. From the onset, I want to identify myself with the report of the committee and to say that this House to approve the candidature of Douglas Kanja Kelosho. Mr. Speaker, I have looked at the report and the structure or presentation of the report as captioned all the details of the Constitution by law. Mr. Speaker, I don't need to belabor so much on what really the report has brought us, because it has been very positive right from the word go. But Mr. Speaker, we must understand the structure of security in this country, because that's where the importance of the Inspector General comes in. Mr. Speaker, the end of security in this country is none other than the President of the Republic of Kenya, who owns the Security Council of this nation, and where the Inspector General and the CS sit in order to advise the President on matters of security. Mr. Speaker, it is therefore very important that we recommend and approve a person who will be able to address the issues of security at the Security Council of this nation. Mr. Speaker, we must understand as a House that the only organ of security that reports directly to the President is the National Intelligence Service. The other one reports directly to the Inspector General, who is in charge of operations of the security situations in the country. Mr. Speaker, the Cabinet Secretary in charge of security is only in charge of policy. But what we have witnessed in the past, Mr. Speaker, is the Cabinet Secretary is now been reduced into under the matters of operation. I think and I want to believe that the incoming of Douglas Kanja as the Inspector General, he will take up the responsibility of operations of the security organs in this country. Mr. Speaker, the Inspector General is in charge of three large departments. That is the Inspector General of Police, Deputy Inspector General of Police, and the Inspector General of Administration Police, or what they call CIPU, Critical Infrastructure Police Unit, and also now the traffic and the CID. This person in character, in experience, must be of high standard, and that's what we are seeing from the report that has been presented by the committee. I want to thank the committee for that. Mr. Speaker, the job specifications and job descriptions have been given, and I have no doubt in my mind that Douglas Kanja fit in that by character, by experience, and by identification. Mr. Speaker, we have witnessed a lot of security issues in this nation. And we need, Mr. Speaker, somebody who really is empathetic in character, somebody who is humility, somebody who is listening, somebody who is able to identify himself with the people that he is leading. One of the greatest problems that we have in the police leadership in this country is to have somebody on top there who has no clue of what the constables are going through out there. Mr. Speaker, the police of our security organs, right from the police post, they have no infrastructure. Some of them have very funny-looking uniforms. Some of them have no even weapons, and they are supposed to be police officers. I want to believe that arising from a police constable, 1985, to date, 39 years, this person can very easily identify himself with the personnel that he is leading. Because some of the staff, the way they operate, is because there's somebody who is on top there has no empathy. He doesn't think about these people. Mr. Speaker, I want to believe that this person has a lot of discipline. He has manifested himself. He has shown leadership. He has shown that he can see what other people are seeing. More so, we need somebody who is able to listen to the members of the public, and that is Douglas Kanja. Personally, Mr. Speaker, I have had a work experience with Douglas Kanja. You know, I bought a Isiolo and Laikipia where cattle rustling is bad, and I have seen Mr. Douglas Kanja in operation, in uniform himself. So, Mr. Speaker, I join my colleagues that this is the only person I have seen in the recent past. My experience with the 3 former Inspector Generals, I don't want to repeat that, but I want to believe now the best man is now about to be confirmed as the Inspector General of Police. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. The Honorable Hussein Witan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Being a member of the Administration and Internal Security Committee, I can assure you that we have taken this nominee very seriously. We have taken him through very rigorous vetting. And what we have seen is that this is one person we can recommend for Kenyans. This is one person who can take this country to a higher level. This is one person who can see the interest of this country more than any other person. Douglas Kanja has served in this service for 39 years. 39 years from constable, when I was not even there, when I was maybe around 2-3 years old. And you can imagine serving from Lokichokio to Kilifi to Northeastern to Isiolo and everywhere, all the harsh areas where Kenyans call, the harsh areas. He served and he performed. I can assure you, when he served as the DIG, most of the members visited his office. The way he received them, the way he has taken action against the issues they raised, they can all be, a witness to what we have really forwarded to the National Assembly. We have vetted this man. We have checked on all the necessary requirements. This is one person whom we are sure that he will perform, change, the attitudes of the policemen, the servicemen, that is, the living standards, the housing. Police in this country are undergoing very serious challenges, especially in our areas in Northeastern Province. You can see police having, some of them spending even, in the cold, some of them without vehicles, and OCBD and OCS traveling, with the public means, with all those serious security challenges. This is one person we expect to change those kind of lifestyle and those kind of challenges. I want to request my colleagues to support us, because we have not approved this person just for the sake of who Kanja is, where he comes from, but we have approved him, you know, following his academics, following his experience, following his experience, you know, from the lowest level. We request you to approve so that he can start his duties as quickly as possible and change this country to the better. Thank you very much.
Very well. Before the next speaker, let me allow the Honorable Mutuse to just welcome the school from Makueni. And I give you 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, if you allow, I'll welcome the school and make my contribution so that we are timeless. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order, Honorable Mutuse. I've given you straight instructions. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, please allow me to welcome Ndundune Secondary School. Ndundune Secondary School is a school within my constituency, particularly in Emali Molala ward. Ndundune in Kikamba means a red squirrel, and for sure the place has very fertile red soil. For the students and your teachers, this is the National Assembly of the Republic of Kenya, created by the Constitution to debate on issues that are of concern to you, particularly education, and we'll be working together to ensure that you get the best education and also to create the necessary environment so that when you get out of secondary school, you can go for higher education and as well get jobs in the labor markets. With those remarks, Mr. Speaker, we welcome Ndundune Secondary School graciously to the House, and also we support the appointment of Mr. Kanja for several reasons that we'll be stating, if you allow me. Mr. Speaker, 1 minute.
Order, order.
1 minute because
Take
I'm
your
on the mic.
seat. You have done the business that I gave you to do. Next to speak on this, and Honorable Mutuse, you must be very ordered. This is a house of rules and order. Let's have the next speaker making his comments on this, and these are people who have been waiting. And I want to tell the House that we have actually opened this debate, so we shall continue in the afternoon. So take your place and relax. Let's have the Honorable John Waweru.
Honorable Speaker, it would be sacrilegious of me to start without thanking the committee. The work that has been done by the committee led by the Honorable Tongoyo and the committee in Senate has been such a thorough job. We agree that this committee, the joint committee, were actually the gatekeepers for this plenary as they were preparing this report, a report that has been prepared so well and so professionally that even as we are debating it, we are debating a complete report. Mr. Speaker, I do thank and congratulate the Joint Committee of Senate and the National Assembly, and at the National Assembly led by the Honorable Tongoyo. Mr. Speaker, this report is covering all the important bases, and I would not want to belabor points that have been made here by members. I'd like to say that if we are seeking for professionalism, we have been given proof of how professional this gentleman is. If we are looking for integrity, they have gone through the lengths, they've gone to the lengths to ensure that this man is untainted, fresh, and ready to serve the Republic as an officer of the law. If we are looking for experience, this is a gentleman who joined the force 4 decades ago, has had an experience of a lifetime in the force. So we are not placing an individual from outside to the top of the police ranks, an individual who does not understand how the police service operates. Mr. Speaker, as Mr. Kanja comes to office, his work is cut out for him. Mr. Speaker, there are a lot of issues that need to be addressed in the police service. Mr. Speaker, we are in a new world. We are talking about being in the 4th industrial revolution. We are talking at a time when we are talking about things like artificial intelligence, robotics, the Internet of Things, data analytics. The point I'm making here, Mr. Speaker, is that even criminals have improved their techniques of crime. The people who do not mean well for this country have also improved the techniques of crime, Mr. Speaker. We are talking about new avenues of crime. We are talking about cyber crime. We are talking about cyber attacks. The point I'm making here, Mr. Speaker, is that the old techniques of policing will not hack it in this day and age. We are in an era where technology becomes an important component of policing. And as I say that Mr. Kanja's work is cut out for him, I mean that we might need to professionalize the police force by introducing new techniques, using available technology, the technology of today, to make sure that we incorporate it in policing. Mr. Speaker, the President of this Republic made a pledge to the nation before he was elected. He said that the moment he is sworn in, that the moment he puts down the Bible, he shall disengage the police force and the police service from the office of the president. He even freed up the resources of the police so that the police are independent in the operation. Mr. Speaker, as Mr. Kanja comes to office, he might need to come with innovative ways of mobilizing resources to ensure that the police force is able to mobilize resources beyond that in which we are getting today, so that the police force is able to do what is necessary. Mr. Speaker, when I say that Mr. Kanja's work is cut out for him, we also need to relook at past laws, decrees, and regulations that have been made. Mr. Speaker, the honorable members that you see in this house have their hands tied. These members know that the police are living in very bad conditions in their constituencies. But Mr. Speaker, there was a decree that was made that the NGCDF cannot construct police houses or police lines in police stations, Mr. Speaker. Some of these decrees, we need to relook at them, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there was an arm of the police called the administration police. The police were able to assist the national government officers in their work, Mr. Speaker. The moment the administration police were withdrawn from the chiefs, from the ACCs, from the DCCs, our Ngao officers were left exposed, Mr. Speaker. So when I say that Mr. Kanja's work is cut out, some of the work he has to do is to look at some of these existing policies, legislations, decrees, and regulations that have been made so that we can reverse them for the good of our republic and to improve the plight of our officers. Finally, Mr. Speaker, this new man at the helm has his work cut out in terms of stakeholder engagement. We are told that the police is one of the boogeymen in this country, that it is a punching bag. The police must find a new way of engaging the different publics. The public that is the citizen, the public that is parliament, the public that is the executive. So Mr. Kanja will also have to be a diplomat as he does a diplomatic roadshow to be able to showcase a new face of the police to the different stakeholders. Mr. Speaker, it has been mentioned here that yes, Mr. Kanja does come from a region, and that is true, Mr. Speaker. We can never run away from that. But Mr. Speaker, this cannot be taken to be a charge on an individual. Everybody comes from a region. But even as we talk about regions, there are people like us. It is said that to come to this Nairobi, you either came by bus or you came by birth. Some of us came to Nairobi by birth. We belong in Nairobi. We may have traditional or heritage areas that we came from. But where we came from, we cannot fit there if we were all told to go back to our home areas. We have to have an understanding, as we are having regional conversations, that even in your region, you have very many people who live in diaspora. And when you heighten up the discussion about where each and every person comes from, us who are people who live in diaspora, where shall we be running to? We do not know any other homes. So Mr. Kanja is not presented to this house as a man from the Morima. He is represented to us as a professional with integrity who has experience and an officer who is able to serve as the IG of the National Police Service. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I do submit. Yes.
Daktari Nyikal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the report of the Joint Committee. Mr. Speaker, I must commend the Joint Committee for the work they have done. They have actually looked at all the relevant areas. They have looked at the processes that need to be taken into consideration, and they have found that those are correct. They have looked at the constitutional requirement, and they have found that. And Mr. Speaker, on the experience and the other characters of Mr. Kanja, I do concur with what is in the report. I've interacted with this gentleman, and I think the committee is actually stating what is correct about him. Mr. Speaker, there's only one issue that the committee has addressed, which I think has come out that we'll look at into the future, and it affects him. It was the issue of the retirement age of the Inspector General. It does look that the law as it is now is silent on that. The committee says it is exempt, but it really not exempt. What it says, at above the Deputy Inspector General, if there's no exclusion. He talks about below that they retire at 60. Above that, it doesn't. And I think that is a lacuna in the law that we should look at in the future. Other than that, Mr. Speaker, I find that Mr. Kanja can actually, from what is in the committee, for the work he has done, from what members have said here, he actually fits the bill. And he really has to realize, Mr. Speaker, that the police is the most important unit in terms of internal security. You can have an army, you can have a strong army, but that does not really secure internal security. It is the police, the interaction with the civil society and with the people that really secures. And the police is extremely important in the criminal justice system. If they do not get out the investigations and the evidence properly, the criminal justice system will not work. We also know that Mr. Kanja will face the challenges, and one of the challenges is actually the welfare of the police officers. We all know, and all of us saying that even their accommodation is not correct. We are also aware that there's a lot of homicide and even suicide amongst the police officers. This is a challenge. It indicates that there is some distress in their areas of work, the conditions of work, and I think that is something he will have to address. Mr. Speaker, there is also a challenge of the perception of what the police like in terms of corruption. I think that is what he will have to address. There may be reality in it, and that will have to be addressed administratively and legally as required, and we know he is capable of that. But also the perception. And another issue that really will change is the conduct of the police in relation to upholding the constitutional right during civil strife. This has not come out well. The way they have dealt with people during demonstrations that are legal, the use of what I'll call lethal force, the abductions that we have seen, we can't blame one man on this, but it is in the force. And now that when he takes up this job, I think it's that thing that he should really address. And the general conduct of the police and the attitudes towards the law, the police should see themselves as a service, as friends of the people. If you're walking in the street and you see a policeman, the correct attitude would be, that is somebody I can go to for safety, not that that is somebody that is likely to harm me. I know he's been in the service, and as a person he has done well, but these are the challenges that he has to address. And therefore, with that, Mr. Speaker, I support the report of the committee.
Honorable Soro, you've been waiting.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I also want to join my colleagues in supporting the committee report about the nomination of one Mr. Douglas Kanja Kirocho. Honorable Speaker, this is one of the rare occasions where an officer, a career officer, is being supported across the political divide. It is quite shocking that a police officer is receiving overwhelming support from members of this House from both sides of the aisle. But, Honorable Speaker, there is one thing that has that really people raised upon the appointment and the nomination, or upon the nomination for consideration of one Mr. Kanja, Honorable Speaker, and that is the issue of age. But even before we get to that issue of age, Honorable Speaker, I mean, I don't think the National Police Service Commission and indeed the appointing authority could get a better person to serve in this capacity. A career public servant, a career police officer who's risen through the ranks from a police constable all through. He's actually done nothing in his life other than policing or doing police work. This is a person that has served this country with no single disciplinary case. You can imagine. It is quite uncommon for a police officer. And you'll agree with me, Honorable Speaker, that at the time Honorable Kanja was, Mr. Kanja was joining the service, it was at the time we had a police force, not the police service. At the time when the police officers had the temptations to use force, had the temptation, had power to arrest you. They had power to put you in remand, to arrest you for merely having a black nose or big nose and say, you look like you do not have an ID. They ask for an ID, you provide, they say, okay, give us now kitambulisho, give us this and this. They used to, because of that old culture of the police force. But this police officer, Honorable Speaker, has been in service without a single complaint from the member of the public, from any member of the public in regard to his service. We couldn't get, I don't think the appointing authority could have gotten a better person to serve as the Inspector General of Police. But more important, Honorable Speaker, look at the personality of Mr. Kanja. Look at his demeanor. He's appeared on media to address several issues of national interest. Look at the way he presents himself. With a lot of composure, extreme maturity display, and commitment to his work. This is the best person, Honorable Speaker, for this work. Then now, much work will have done the smallest part of our work to have him passed in this house. But much work is needed of him going forward. Number one, he has a lot on his table. Even as we talk about, police brutality, sometimes we raise issues about the way the police officers conduct themselves, which of course they haven't changed. Today, Honorable Speaker, I need to to speak from the other side, Honorable Speaker, that Mr. Kanja has got a higher responsibility to take care of his officers. The morale in the police service is going down. Some senior officers, the inspectors, the chief inspectors, Honorable Speaker, some of them they still harass the junior officers. The way the officers live, the way the way they operate, the places they live in, Honorable Speaker, is still deplorable. Mr. Kanja has a responsibility to defend them before the National Police Service Commission, and I'm sure that is what some members want to raise an objection over, that as the head, because everything rises and falls on leadership, he has that responsibility to reinstate the morale of the junior police officers. At least much of the work in terms of their salary has been reviewed by this House and the President, but still much needs to be done as far as morale is concerned. But again, more important, Honorable Speaker, Article 49 is not well executed by police officers. Article 49 of the Constitution, Honorable Speaker, provides that the rights of arrested persons, that when you arrest a person, you need to tell them why you've arrested them, you need to listen to them, then you give them a right to call any person that they may deem fit. But still to date, young people, young jobless people in the streets get arrested and then they are still told, utaongea mbele. Such are the disciplinary things that the Honorable Mr. Kanja needs now to check and teach his junior officers, that you don't just move around. We have now moved from the police force. It is now a police service. It doesn't cost you much as a police officer to talk to your fellow Kenyan in a soft language. Really, why would you harass people and tell them, utaongea mbele? So such are the things that we really need to review, Honorable Speaker, going forward. But on the age issue that I had said earlier, Honorable Speaker, Article 45 of the Constitution and Section 11 of the National Police Service, Honorable Speaker, does not, in as much as it provides qualifications and the appointments of the IG, it is still silent on the age matter. It's silent. So he is virtually 61, but the provisions of the law are still silent. Of course, people will challenge us that there is Rule 70, Honorable Speaker, of the Public Service Regulations that, of course, talks about the public servants, mandatory age being 60. But again, that is public service, public servant. Then, that is separate, doesn't apply on the IG because there is an element of the definition of who qualifies to be a public servant or who qualifies in that particular provision. And then now that, of course, is provided for under Article 260 of the Constitution, which then now defines who then is to be called a state officer, Honorable Speaker. I mean Article 234, sorry. So, Honorable Speaker, with those very, very many remarks, I implore on this House to expedite this process and have Mr. Kanja passed so that we can have a substantive IG of the police. Because there is even there has been a debate, you know, on orders of the court, you know, being defied by the acting Inspector General of Police. I mean, now we are going to have a substantive one because we really need not to delve into such matters. But again, we also advise the police and the judiciary that we all maintain our independence. The police unit is independent in terms of the operations, and the judiciary is also independent because there is a delicate balance. At one point, you hear a judge complaining about the withdrawal of security officers, and at the other side, they say they are independent. When the police the Inspector General comes and says, you know, we are independent, it also raises issue. Those instruments or those institutions that have been set by the Constitution, Honorable Speaker, are independent in their own rights. The judiciary is independent and the police is independent. But again, Honorable Speaker, even as a court officer, it's important, of course, for us to also, because I speak now as a court officer, as an advocate of the High Court, it's important for people to obey court orders. But again, we also need not to personalize. And this I really must say, that judicial activism should also stop. We need not to personalize public service. If in the place of the IG sends the DIG to represent him, because that is public service. I mean, that should also be taken in. You can't just say, now that, you know, I simply want the IG. What happens of the DIG? Because we have the IG, then we have a DIG in charge of the AP, then we have another DIG in charge of the regular police. It's still, I can't really define how a judicial officer can say, fine, if the DG has been, the DIG has been set.
You know, you have deviated. There's a point of order here now. Yes, what's your point of order?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member.
I respect Mr. Soro, but you see, when a mistake is done, it is wrong for us as a house to defend it. The judge had the platform of seeking whoever he wanted to come. And really, you are out of order to say that the alternative was okay. I think that is wrong from this house to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I really still do not understand the point of order. Well, I was simply making my case that in public service, in my place, if I am called upon by any senior officer in government, Honorable Speaker, and I opt to send Honorable Naomi, Honorable Speaker, I'll be right to send Honorable Naomi because we are within the public service.
Soro,
but what I would say, even in conclusion on that line, Honorable Speaker, the acting IG still has a window. He was given 7 days, and we really need to delve that because the 7 days have not lapsed. Nobody should actually blow unnecessary trumpet as far as his wars are concerned. But with those very many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support the report by the committee. Thank you very much.
Well, Minority Leader, as a ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I will be very brief and short. Mr. Speaker, on this matter, Mr. Speaker, this is one of the approval or the appointments that in this House you say give it a chance, Mr. Speaker. It's an approval that you can describe, let's give it a chance, Mr. Speaker. Because, Mr. Speaker, why do I say so? Mr. Speaker, since the new constitution came in place, I don't think this country has gotten it yet right in the appointment of an Inspector General, Mr. Speaker. As you're aware, Mr. Speaker, the Constitution, when it was enacted, was very clear on how, Mr. Speaker, what is this market going on here?
Order, Elachi. I know that matter is juicy of court orders, but please, order. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when the new Constitution came into place,
the criteria of getting a new IG was very clear, Mr. Speaker. And the office of the Inspector General was made a constitutional office, Mr. Speaker. But what happened? Through legislation, Mr. Speaker, this House changed the method of appointment of a new Inspector General. What was emphasized in the Constitution was that the National Police Service Commission, which is also an independent commission, was supposed to advertise in the dailies, in the media, for people to apply who wants to become the Inspector General of Kenya. Then after that, the National Police Service Commission was supposed to shortlist and come up with a few number that they can interview and then recommend names to the President, Mr. Speaker. We sat in this House in one afternoon and we changed. And we went back to the old way of doing things, where the President now nominates someone, then it's taken to the commission, then like this, like that, then the same person comes to this House to be approved, Mr. Speaker. That is not what the new Constitution was thinking about. Then we went down even to the deputy DIGs, who are not even vetted by anybody, who are appointed directly by the President, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, one of the biggest problems this country is facing is security. And if we don't get it right, we shall continue having problems day in, day out, Mr. Speaker, and that is why investment will be a problem, because there is no investment without security. We want to have, with this, the new Constitution changed our police force to a police service, Mr. Speaker. And there was a reason why that was done. Because people wanted an institution that provides services, not an institution that overlords on them, Mr. Speaker. Every year, every government that comes into place, Mr. Speaker, talks about police reforms, but nothing happens. It's just the word. It's just the statement. It ends there. We are going to reform the police. We are going to have a responsive police. We are going to have, when you see our policemen in this era, in this time, Mr. Speaker, carrying rungus in town, Mr. Speaker, it's shame. Very shame. They are carrying rungus to beat up citizens, Mr. Speaker. Well, how can that happen, Mr. Speaker, in this era of today? My last thing is, Mr. Speaker, the new police Inspector General must come and address the welfare of the policemen of this country, Mr. Speaker. The kind of places our policemen stay and live with their families, Mr. Speaker, no one can accept to live in that situation who is a member of this House, Mr. Speaker. That issue must be addressed conclusively if the new Inspector General is to leave any legacy, Mr. Speaker. And I want to warn him there, from the floor of this House, if he is going into that office to be used politically, so that he can fight certain political groupings, like the way they fought Azimio when we were doing Mandamano, Mr. Speaker, then he is going for the wrong job. Even though now they are calling it broad-based, we want everybody who is not in broad-based, or who is in broad-based, or who is in broad-nusu, you should make sure that the citizens' rights are upheld, Mr. Speaker. And they are the law enforcers. It is the police that enforces the law, Mr. Speaker. They must enforce the law impartially. If they are going to side, if the Inspector General will be used to do certain sectarian orders, Mr. Speaker, we are going to take action against him in this House. Mr. Speaker, I want to conclude now by saying that Mr. Kanja has been a career policeman. He has served 35 years in the police service, 39 years, I am told. I hope and pray that he will do things differently. I hope and pray that we are going to have a police service that is responsive, and for that reason, I am saying we do this approval based on what is called, let's give it a chance. I'm not saying that I am fully satisfied, but let's give him a chance. We see how he performs. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Jane Kagiri.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to support the appointment of Mr. Douglas Kanja. Honorable Speaker, many a times in this House, our committee presents a report, and from the findings that they give us, you find yourself disagreeing with some. On this occasion, Honorable Speaker, I tend to agree with everything that has been said about Mr. Douglas Kanja. Honorable Speaker, I first got to know Mr. Douglas Kanja through a phone call when he was the GSU commandant. We never got to meet in person, but the request I had, he actually assisted me over the phone. Honorable Speaker, listening to the credentials of Mr. Kanja, this is a great man that we all need to learn a lot from. Number one, Honorable Speaker, the GSU Commandant, Mr. Kanja, still remains the same man as the DIG, and I believe will continue to be the same man as the Inspector General. Honorable Speaker, I believe there are only 4 areas I would want to speak to Mr. Kanja about. The first one, looking at his career progression, it is my hope and prayer that he will stand up and assist his junior officers in their welfare and in their growth in the police service, having had the experience of growing through the system. The second thing, Honorable Speaker, during the demonstrations, we watched a lot of miscommunication from the police service. Honorable Speaker, it is my hope and prayer that with Mr. Kanja in place as the Inspector General, we will have more communication with fellow Kenyans, explain to them what is required in demonstrations and what is not allowed, Mr. Speaker, so that in the eventuality, nobody finds themselves in the wrong side of the law when they are exercising their right. The third thing, Honorable Speaker, I would want to remind Mr. Kanja that Laikipia still remains a very sensitive area in terms of security. We are very grateful that we now have national police reservists. It is my hope and prayer again that he'll remember these young men and women who spend their nights protecting others and ensure that they get their medical cover as well as they get improved allowances, Honorable Speaker. Finally, Honorable Speaker, I would want to speak on the final thing, Honorable Speaker, I would actually want to say is with the great personality Mr. Kanja has, we hope he's going to have good collaboration with other agencies. And other agencies, I mean the IPOA, the Independent Police Oversight Authority. An authority that believes it is okay for a police officer to be injured, but it's not okay for the police officer to protect themselves. Honorable Speaker, that is one area that I hope is going to build a collaboration. Honorable Speaker, I conclude by saying, herein comes a great man. I wish Mr. Kanja all the best, and I know he's going to do this Kenya good. Thank you.
Is the Honorable Charles Ngusia in the house? In his absence, then we have the Honorable Karolio Mondi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I don't know how many minutes I have. Maybe 7, eh?
Donate for me too.
I'll try and be brief. People are asking me to make a donation of some of the minutes, but I'm not sure I have the power, but I will try and do my best. Mr. Speaker, my contribution will not be so much on the qualifications of the candidate. I just want to talk about the process of vetting and how we could improve it so that this House may the better be enabled to discharge its functions more effectively. Mr. Speaker, under our standing orders number 195 and 204, any member is actually entitled to participate in any vetting committee and raise questions. But I don't think most of the members are aware of it. And I would like to suggest that when we are dealing with vetting processes, then the leadership of the House, the Speaker's chair, should communicate to members and invite them if they have any issues to participate in the vetting process. But I would also like to note that when you read this report, it is short on a few issues. Like the way the integrity question is being answered is not exactly exhaustive. I think we need to have a deep dive into the working business and history of the nominees. I'm a little taken aback that what the House has been doing is purely to look at the letters from certain government agencies like EACC, CID, and the rest. And we do not exercise our powers under Article 125 of the Constitution to suo motu or in our own motion, call for information and access public records or private records dealing with business, work, tenure of most of these nominees. I think just to rely on letters from EACC and then to say, okay, we have no question on the integrity of a candidate is not good enough. I think we should go deeper and invoke Article 125 of the Constitution and truly interrogate the issue of integrity of most of the nominees that we bring to this House. Secondly, if you look at this report, even questions of domain knowledge are not very exhaustively discussed. And again, I think as a House, we need to do much better than this and interrogate like every candidate on their domain knowledge of the sectors that they are being tasked to manage. There is no reference on transnational crimes in this report, the capability of the candidate to deal with such issues, counterterrorism measures, all issues of corruption. They are just mentions. So it's not a very exhaustive report in my view. You cannot really look at the candidate and say, okay, we are getting the right person for the IG to deal with the current challenges in our criminal sector. Finally, because I want to save time, there is nothing in the report telling us about the nominees' planned policy initiatives to deal with fundamental issues in that sector. What kind of reforms does he intend to undertake? We don't have a flavor of what his views or what his philosophy on crime and crime preventions are. There's nothing about the welfare. What are his views about welfare of police officers? Issues to do with value for money as an administrator, rationalization of public expenditure, suppression of corruption, even how he intends to actualize Article 10 and Chapter 6 of the Constitution and make the police force corruption-free. There are so many issues that are missing in the report, Mr. Speaker, and I would really urge the House and the leadership to look into the question as to how we conduct our vetting of nominees and see how we can make this a truly interrogative and productive process so that we don't just undertake perfunctory functions, bring reports here, and we then endorse. But nonetheless, I don't know this gentleman. I have no views on him. I don't have a report that can enable me to make very informed decisions about him, and I leave the matter as that. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Minority Whip, just take a bite of the 2 minutes. Proceed. Order, Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for allowing me to add my voice to this very important report, as I congratulate the committee for doing great work in doing the analysis and everything and giving us this good report that will guide this House in making this great decision. I also want to say that Douglas Kanja is somebody I have interacted with. He's a humble person who listens to people and who also acts on time. And because of time, I may not be able to say all that I wanted to say, but the areas that he needs to give attention are the following: corruption, abductions of people, homicide is getting worse in our country, and then the police fraternity needs a lot of attention, and their welfare, their families. Many police officers have committed suicide and have also killed or done a lot of harm to their families. He needs to give a lot of attention, proper counseling to be set aside, and their welfare to be put into consideration so that we can have police officers who are able to guard the nation and to give the service to the people when they are all happy with the services that they are getting. I want to say that we have a lot of hope in him and pray that he will soon take up the office. Thank you.
Alice Nganga, discretion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity also to add my voice to this important report. First, I want to thank the Committee on Administration and Internal Security, as well as the Senate, for coming up with this report. Chair, Honorable Speaker, when I looked into this report, I can tell you this gentleman is qualified to lead this nation as Inspector General. He's very capable, he's very experienced, he's up to the task, he's very dedicated. His public relation, I did not know Mr. Kanja until there was a situation in my constituency. And just a pastor from that place told me that he has a Kanja's number, and he said that I want to call him, he will pick. And believe you me, he picked that phone call without knowing who is calling. So I can say his public relation is up to the task, and he will be able to do this work. In integrity, when it comes to matters to do with integrity, our constitution stipulates that you are supposed to go clearance from various departments of this nation. And we have seen from this report that KRA cleared him, EACC cleared him, ODPP cleared him, DCI cleared him. And Honorable Speaker, And you know, this is a man who has been in this force since he was 20, for the last 30 years. And we did not hear any incidences that has happened where he was serving. All what we can say, and you have seen he has grown from the ranks, from low level to where he is today. And we have seen when we are going through this report, there was no godfather, there was no godmother to push him. It is him and his work and his God, and he has made it to this far. What we can do is to wish him well. We tell him Kenyans are really waiting for him. His tray is full. We need to see this experience of that years, what he's going to do with this. I know he's very sagacious. He can take this country to the next level. All we need to do this time is to wish him well. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
We may be upstanding. Honorable members, and the time being 1 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Wednesday, 18 September 2024 at 2:30 p.m.
Up to around early 80s, when now we formed the Higher Education Loans Board, when the student population grew and the government now decided to give loans, what we used to call boom at the universities. In the 90s, we had now the family component. I think in our group, where we were paying about 6,000 to 16,000 shillings as a form of family contribution. Along the way, Mr. Speaker, the student population increased a lot. In the 60s and 70s, there were less than 1,000 students in the only national polytechnic, that's the University of Nairobi. In the 80s, it was in a group of 20,000, 30,000. In the 90s, it was almost 100,000 students at the universities. In the early 2000s, around 2010, the universities realizes that the money that was being paid was not by the program. They introduced what we call the DUC, the differentiated unit cost. This differentiated unit cost funded programs depending on the level of infrastructure at the university, the level of lecturers they have, the number of professors they had, and even the cost of the program. However, as a result of this, the government was not able. They were trying to fund students almost uniformly. If it is 80,000, 80,000, everyone. From social sciences courses to the degree program, to the medical and engineering courses were very expensive. Along the way, the universities got a lot of debt, accumulated debt, because the government was not funding adequately the amount of the cost of the program. As we speak, about 5 years ago, the universities have accumulated debt amounting to over 70 billion shillings. In that matter, the State Department for University Education then sat down and said, what is the solution to this? They said, therefore, can't we look for a new funding model? And in this new funding model, they are actually to cost a program at the exact market cost. And two, to make sure that we have three aspects of funding: the household, the loan, and the scholarship or bursary. All of it be paid to the university so that the university student, who is the center of funding, be able to pay, and then the universities will be able to run adequately. In this funding model, there are several variables that are put into consideration. One of it is the family income and many other things. And the key component in this particular, the key aspect in this particular form of funding is what we call the mean tester, or the mean testing instrument. To know, how do I give Meli a particular loan and a particular scholarship? You will give him based on the school you attended, the parents, and all that. There are so many variables in that particular mean testing. This particular thing has caused a lot of problems in our homes and in our children, and even amongst ourselves, because we do not understand how it works. To explain this very, very well, I felt that it could not be good from our committee, because we handle it a lot, that, Honorable Speaker, you can let members listen. You can actually have this from the horse's mouth. And we have the members, we have the PS State Department, and we have the CEO University Funding Board, and the CEO Higher Education Loans Board. I'd request members that kindly listen to each and every aspect of this funding process. Listen to each and every aspect of the funding process. I know it's a new funding model. It has some teething issues, especially on the mean testing. And what are we going to do so that we can build it and become a better model to address not only now, but going into the future? So, Mr. Speaker, the discussion this morning is actually from the state officers. They will take us through the technical aspects of the whole process. Members, I know you are from constituencies, you have even live cases of some students who are complaining, they don't understand it. We shall be ambassadors of it. You will give proposals on how to make it better and how we can mitigate on problems that we have.
For the universities fund. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Go on.
I didn't see that. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members of Parliament. I will introduce the new funding model for higher education. It is founded on principles of equity, inclusivity, and leaving no one behind. It shifts from the approach of block funding to universities through capitation to provide financial support to individual students from diverse socioeconomic backgrounds to access education in universities, as well as technical and vocational education and training institutions, in all programs that they qualify for, irrespective of the cost of the programs. Financial support to students is based on their levels of need, as illustrated by their family incomes highlighted in 5 bands. For the first band, those are families with a monthly income of up to Kenya shillings 5,995. For the second band, that is families with a monthly income of between 5,996 to 23,670. The third band is for families with a monthly income of between 2,680 to 70,000. The fourth band, loans and scholarships are distributed across the various bands and households expected to meet a small proportion of the program cost. For the first band, the government supports up to 95%. That is 70% scholarship, 25% loan, and the family contributes 5%. For the next band, the government supports up to 90%. That is 70% scholarship, 60% scholarship, and 30% loan, while the family contributes 10%. Allow me also to emphasize that there is what we used to enjoy called boom for the students in the various bands. So for the first band, the students get a boom of 60,000, and the second band, a boom of 55,000. In the third band, the government scholarship covers 50%, the loan 30%, and the family contributes 20%. The boom or upkeep loan is 50,000. In the fourth band, the government scholarship covers 40%, the loan 30%, while the families contribute 30% and the students receive a boom of 45,000. And in the final band, the government covers 30% scholarship, a loan of 30%, while families contribute 40%, but the students also receive an upkeep loan or boom of 40,000. So in this report, Honorable Chair, Honorable Speaker, and members of Parliament will share more information on the new funding model to deepen your understanding and that of other stakeholders, and also to highlight the extent with which the model is meeting the financial needs of eligible university students across Kenya. I appreciate the key issues that were raised in this House, Honorable Speaker, and I'll go straight to them. The first question was the accuracy of the means testing instrument in assessing students' financial ability and determining which band to place them. Honorable Speaker, the means testing instrument is the engine of the new funding model. It evaluates the financial capacity of families to determine appropriate financial assistance to the students to meet their level of need. The MTI has been used by the Higher Education Loans Board to award loans to students for over 25 years. As such, Honorable Speaker, the MTI, it is not new. However, it has evolved to provide funding based on the 5 bands explained above, which are aligned to the needs of individual students. The model has undergone rigorous review and validation to ensure accurate categorization. In 2024, a task force whose members I have introduced here, comprising officers from the Higher Education Loans Board, the Universities Fund, the State Department for Higher Education and Research, university vice chancellors, and university lecturers also undertook a review to enhance and validate the MTI. I have attached a report and I'll just summarize it at the end as an annexure. However, allow me to emphasize, Honorable Speaker, that the MTI determines the level of need of students based on the following 10 parameters. The first one is parents' background, and here varied weights will be assigned whether a child is orphaned or from a single parent or has both parents. Gender, we have varied weights whether the child is male or female. And course type, we are working out on affirmative action for government priority programs, and this year we began with agriculture. Previous school type, varied weights are assigned to whether public or private, and the nature of the private school considered, because some of them are very low-cost private schools. Then there's also the aspect of expenditure on education, whereby varied weights will be assigned on the number of siblings in schools. But also, we look at this variable in terms of how much you're spending on, let's say, private education or national schools, because that then also speaks to how much you're worth. Then there's the family size and composition, with varied weights assigned to whether you are polygamous, monogamous, number of dependents, highest education level, and age of parents. Marginalization, varied weights are assigned to students from marginalized counties. And persons living with ability, we apply affirmative action. Chronic illness, we apply affirmative action. And the income as well. And allow me, Honorable Speaker, to emphasize that income has been really problematic to determine, because they are from the information that students provide, you can tell that they are able to live, so they can sustain themselves, they're able to go to school, but then when it comes to income, most of them will put 0. Actually, 70% of the students declared that their incomes were 5,995 and less. So then this calls in the significance not only of integrity, but also of applying some form of penalty to try and get the students to give the right information going forward. So each student is scored on each of these parameters and the weights analyzed in a mathematical model. So all of these variables that I have mentioned, they have been given weights, and these weights are determined by stakeholders. So we put stakeholders in a room, students, parents, lecturers, members of society, and ask them, how significant do you think family size is in determining the financial capacity of a family? So each student is scored on each of these parameters and the weights analyzed in a scientific mathematical model that determines the student's level of need and the associated band. In 2023, Honorable Speaker, the MTI was used to determine allocation of loans and scholarships based on the new funding model with a high level of success. Out of 112,741 students who applied and were allocated funding last year within the 5 bands, only 9,720 students appealed, and of these appeals, 5,087 were successful. That means that we were able to evaluate the additional information they provided and to ascertain that we needed to reband them. And some of these grounds for appeal are, for example, if a student went to a high-cost school, but they were sponsored. So it is usually not very obvious to us until they provide additional information to show that either there was a harambe or they had a guardian or a sponsor, or their family circumstances have changed. Maybe the parent has lost a job or died. Honorable Speaker, let me highlight some of the challenges in the table which constrain the efficacy of the means testing instrument and therefore the new funding model. The first one is the accuracy of the MTI in determining the level of need relies heavily on the information provided by the applicant. Many applicants have been using cyber cafes and depending on the operators to submit their applications, often without thoroughly verifying that the information is correct. As I stand before you today, Honorable Speaker, I want to tell you that our children have declared that 80% of them, 80% of the 125,000 who applied are from single mothers. Yes, and 70% have declared that their families earn 5,995 and less. So we are dealing with issues of accuracy with data. And there's an operational, so because of this, sometimes there'll be problems in categorization when we penalize them on account of data, but there's an operational mechanism for appeal through the portal. The second issue, Honorable Speaker, is that for the number of siblings as a factor in determining dependence, the MTI cross-references data from NEMIS for primary and secondary school siblings, and from HELB and the Kenya Universities and Colleges Central Placement Service for those in colleges. However, some individuals may not have applied through the COOPS or for a HELB loan. Further, the NEMIS only records students from grade 3 and above, and so the students who are in grade 2 and below are excluded. As a mitigation, a comprehensive Kenya education management education system is being designed to address the gaps in data. Then we have a third problem, Honorable Speaker, about errors that may occur when universities communicate banding. And we have provided some two unfortunate cases whereby the correct bands were not communicated. This is a general problem associated with handling data at the different levels. And the universities have instituted a process of screening and confirming the accuracy of the letters because they are usually generated electronically. Students are also asked to verify their loan and scholarship awards on the portal of the Higher Education Fund. And students have a chance to appeal. The fourth and last issue is that our allocations will always be limited by the available budget. And here, enhanced collaboration will help us to streamline the available resources. And Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the members who are collaborating with the Higher Education Loans Board to provide additional resources for the students. The second question, Honorable Speaker, was how public participation was conducted in the sensitization of stakeholders on the higher learning sector. Honorable Speaker, the Presidential Working Party on Education Reform was commissioned by His Excellency the President of the Republic of Kenya in September 2022. One of the terms of reference of the Presidential Working Party on Education Reform was to review and recommend a governance and financing framework for TVET and also development of university education, research, and training. The Presidential Working Party conducted massive public participation, collecting the views of Kenyans on what kind of reforms they wanted to make in the education sector, and specifically in the financing of education. It was noted, Honorable Speaker, that the higher education, particularly university education, had become unsustainable as the public universities could not meet their financial and statutory obligations to their staff, suppliers, students, and other government agencies, including the Kenya Revenue Authority. It was public knowledge, and as expressed by Kenyans during the meetings organized and held countrywide by this task force, that the differentiated unit cost model was not working. Honorable Speaker, allow me to demonstrate how the differentiated unit cost model, to explain how the differentiated unit cost model was not working for universities. The cost of a program in medicine is 612,000 a year. This was determined when the differentiated unit cost model was implemented. According to this model, the government committed to pay 80% of the cost, while families would pay 20%. So, 80% of 612,000 would be 489,600. However, in the last financial year, for example, for continuing students, we were only able to pay 42% of the differentiated unit cost. So this was 205,632. So there, from the government commitment, we have a deficit of 283,968 shillings. On the other hand, families were expected to contribute 20% of the cost of the program. Most universities were charging an average of 50,000. So even with this average, there's a funding gap of 72,400 from the family side, Honorable Speaker. So when we add the gap from the government side and from the family side, there's a total deficit of 356,368. So what is paid of the total cost of the program, both from the government and from the household, is 255,632. With that deficit, Honorable Speaker, it became difficult for universities to meet their obligations. In terms of paying lecturer salaries, buying the reagents needed for the laboratories, sending students for excursions, and even employing an adequate number of highly qualified teachers, lecturers. So these were the problems that were presented to the Presidential Working Party on Education Reform. Kenyans were unanimous that the allocation of funding and resources remains a critical issue in the education sector. Inadequate financial resources impeded infrastructural development, provision of learning materials, and student and teacher support systems. A new model was therefore needed to turn around public universities and make them financially stable as they deliver inclusive, equitable, transparent, accountable, and quality education to students. It is on the basis of rigorous public consultation, therefore, Honorable Speaker, with key stakeholders in Kenya, including vice chancellors, students, university staff unions, the public, government officials, and higher education experts, the community at large, that the Presidential Working Party on Education Reform designed a new funding model for universities and TVETs. Subsequently, the new university funding model was adopted, guided by the recommendation number 14 of the Presidential Working Party on Education Reform to adopt a sustainable financing model for university education that combines grants, scholarships, loans, and household contributions for differentiated categories of students as vulnerable, extremely needy, and less needy, in order to address equitable access and inclusion in education. Honorable Speaker, the launch of the new funding model was followed by continuous public participation through organized validation, sensitization, and further consultation workshops across public universities and in other selected venues. In addition, there has been ongoing consultation and engagement through both mainstream and social media, resulting in useful feedback that has informed the improvement of the model. The views of the public arising from the public participation meetings, including students, parents, and university staff and management in workshops, seminars, mainstream and social media, and direct outreach to educational institutions have continued to strengthen the model and make it inclusive, equitable, just, and sustainable. Honorable Speaker, other key stakeholders sensitized are Huduma Center managers, Huduma Kenya Secretariat Contact Center staff, and the Huduma Cyber Cafe attendants to be able to assist the applicants. And further, a total of 77 institutions have been reached through Huduma Mashinani initiatives in schools, churches, and career fairs since June 17, 2024 to date. The third question, Honorable Speaker, is to confirm whether there is a possibility of extending the deadline for students to apply for funding beyond 15th of August 2024. I would like to confirm that eligible applicants have every opportunity to apply for funding based on a rolling deadline. The 15th August 2024 deadline was ostensibly aimed at catalyzing uptake and accelerating applications. The deadline was certainly meant to exert positive pressure on applicants to act swiftly to facilitate the processing of data and determination of household contributions in a timely manner. As at 15th August 2024, a total of 104,575 students had successfully applied for funding. The number increased to 125,893 students by 16th August 2024. These included 8,530 KCSE 2022 students. To date, Honorable Speaker, the total number of applicants is 127,623, of which 119,093 are of the KCSE 2023 cohort. It is important to emphasize, Honorable Speaker, that our projection was that only 122,634 students out of the 153, 275 students that had been placed in various public and private universities would apply for funding. And this was based on the past trends where not everybody applies for funding. Some parents choose to pay. From past experience, therefore, students tend to relax when they are given a lengthy application period. However, given the challenges that some students have faced in applying for financial support, the deadline for student applications for funding is currently set at December 31st, 2024. Applications will therefore continue within the universities, and this message has been communicated on the websites. The fourth question, Honorable Chair, was on mechanisms put in place to ensure students who have not received national identification cards can apply for student funding. Honorable Speaker, we did ensure that students who have not received their national identification cards could still apply for funding through the new funding model, and the following alternative identification methods were introduced and successfully applied. The students could use first the Kenya Universities and Colleges Central Placement Service identification numbers. They were also allowed to use waiting cards which demonstrate that they had applied for the national identity cards. They used the Kenya Certificate of Secondary Education Index numbers and also their birth certificates. Honorable Speaker, the fifth issue was how information regarding the funding model was disseminated, including the role of education officers in clarifying application processes to students and institutions. Honorable Speaker, information regarding the new funding model has been disseminated through a comprehensive and multi-channel approach, including mainstream media engagements, workshops, and direct communication with the students. The objectives are to sensitize the public on the nature and benefits of the new funding model, to mobilize eligible students to apply for scholarships and loans, and to counter misinformation and disinformation. Digital communication campaign targeting first-time applicants joining universities, their parents and guardians, higher learning institutions, and the public is ongoing through the digital platforms, the websites, portals, social media handles, WhatsApp, of Higher Education Loans Board and the Universities Fund. Additionally, students are engaged using targeted bulk SMSs, and through these SMSs, the students are guided to the Higher Educational Fund portal. The sixth issue, Honorable Speaker, was clarification on whether universities and institutions are to liaise with the students when applying for funding, or if students lose out due to inadequate communication, poor information transmission, or misinformation. Honorable Speaker, there have been instances when universities and institutions have not effectively communicated with students regarding the application process for funding, leading to missed opportunities. To address these communication issues, funding agencies have intensified sensitization efforts, resulting in the training of personnel within learning institutions, including the deans of students, registrars, and finance officers, to support students in applying for funding more effectively. Additionally, the funding agencies have assigned at least 2 relationship officers to each institution. These officers work closely with deans of students, helping to guide students through the government financing process and resolving any associated challenges. Despite being constrained by resources, the funding agencies have committed to maintaining a presence in learning institutions, particularly as new students report. A successful example, Honorable Speaker, is what was happened in Dedan Kimathi University, where 600 students were successfully guided to apply for funding through the combined effort of university staff and funding agencies when they reported to the institution, not having applied for the resources. Universities have engaged the students continuously through WhatsApp groups and virtual meetings. The institutions have also set up help desks to guide the students through the application process and, where applicable, the appeal process as well. Through the Mashinani approach, universities scaled up support for all eligible students, going beyond the students admitted to their respective institutions, but also university vice-chancellors engaging stakeholders through the mainstream media. The seventh issue, Honorable Speaker, was to clarify whether the new funding model applies to university entrants for this financial year or if it also applies to continuing students. Honorable Speaker, presently the new funding model applies to two cohorts of university students. That is the students who are sat for KCSE in 2022 and those who sat for KCSE in 2023. That is year 1 and year 2 students. Students who sat for their KCSE in 2021 and earlier, that is those in year 3 up to year 6 for those taking medicine, will continue to be funded under the differentiated unit cost model. Through this model, universities are funded through a capitation grant determined by the number of students enrolled in each program, the cost of specific programs, and the available government resources. Honorable Speaker, the eighth issue was whether students will be required to pay the household component of the fees during admission, or they'll be admitted based on the scholarship component of the funds that will be disbursed by the government. Honorable Speaker, under the new funding model, students are required to contribute a portion of the total cost of university programs as fees based on the financial capacity of their families. Universities have established policies on fee payment with inbuilt flexibility that allows students to pay in installments, but they must complete this before the end of the semester. The operating principle is that no student will be denied admission based on their inability to pay the household component in full upfront. To date, unfortunately, Honorable Speaker, 3 cases were cited of universities that were demanding a down payment upon admission of the students. As a ministry, we engaged the respective vice-chancellors, and I would like to confirm to this Honorable House, Honorable Speaker, that the students were subsequently allowed to register without paying the fees. This problem was attributed to challenges in internal communication from top down. The ninth question, Honorable Speaker, was whether the old funding model will continue with the calculation of the household component in the fees for the existing students, and whether this may lead to non-payment of the government funding for continuing students. Honorable Speaker, based on the differentiated unit cost, the old funding model will be phased out and gradually be replaced by the new funding model. But presently, both models are applied simultaneously, with the new funding model applied to year 1 and year 2 students, while the old one applies to year 3, 4, 5, and 6 students. The 10th issue, Honorable Speaker, was whether HELB will continue to offer bursaries in addition to loans, as was the practice previously. Honorable Speaker, eligible students under the differentiated unit cost model, that is year 3 to year 6, will continue to receive HELB bursaries as well as their upkeep loans. In the present financial year, 2024-2025, a total of 37,125 students under the differentiated unit cost model will be allocated bursaries totaling to Kenya shillings 237 million. Honorable Speaker, allow me to draw the House to a typo on the second last sentence as I read out. So, however, students under the new funding model, that is those in year 1 and year 2, will not. So the typo says will only, but it is will not benefit from Higher Education's Loans Board bursaries. Funding for these students will be limited to scholarships as well as tuition loans and upkeep loans only. Allow me, Honorable Speaker, to thank the honorable members of this House for the support they have delivered to enable us overcome so many challenges in the higher education sector. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and honorable members of Parliament.
Members, you've had the explanation from the peers. Peers, you'll respond to requests for clarifications. We'll take 4 at a time. Mile Odhiambo. Yes. Avoid making speeches, just say clarifications.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the PS for that comprehensive explanation. I just want clarification on whether there is a working and effective appeal system for students that have been placed in the wrong band so that they don't waste a lot of time getting entry. Secondly, when do you factor in the changing circumstances? For instance, where you have students that were in a private school, but their parents have since died. I have such a case in my constituency. So is it within the application, or at what point do you take into account? And finally, on the issue of rural constituencies and digitization, Mr. Speaker, some of the issues that have been said about the cyber cafes. I know in my own constituency, I help students to apply. And even within my own constituency, there are days that they would sit for a whole day. There is no internet. So how, because that is a form of marginalization. And also, Mr. Speaker, the issue of that she has raised about whether there is a lot of dishonesty in data. Is it an issue of dishonesty in data, or a reality of the country that we actually have very many poor people and very many single mothers who are not meeting, and that perhaps almost everyone falls within that first band?
Yes, Owen Bayer.
Honorable
If
Speaker,
you
thank you.
restrict to one request,
yes,
it will make it easier for everybody.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the PS for that detailed response, but I want to say this, Honorable Speaker, the Constitution provides certain parameters, especially when you come to equalization fund. There are some regions in this country that have long been marginalized, and they are part of Kenya. There's also one aspect when it comes to funding for counties. There is an aspect of poverty that is embedded inside, that some counties get more money than others. That's my background. Honorable Speaker, I have checked some of the funding that have been given to students, particularly in Kilifi County, which is one of those counties that are part of, have been marginalized for long. They're part of equalization. They get resources, a lot more resources on the poverty index when it comes to funds to counties. But all of them, almost 80% of students from Kilifi have been put in band 4 and 5. Band 4 and 5 is actually the last band in terms of funding. How do you expect the poor students of Ganze, of Kaloleni, where even this country, the Constitution has identified as a poor area, be put among those that are rich? How do you expect the people of Kilifi to go to university? How do you expect even the local university there, which admits almost 70% of the local students, how do you expect that university to operate? Because it will not get as much money as other universities. Those universities in those marginalized areas will collapse based on this model. Honorable Speaker, what I request is that they revise. Students from Kilifi and marginalized areas that people know about should be put in band 1, where they pay the least amount in the terms of household. And that is the only way you are going to rescue this country. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
What is the point of order, Mshomba?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to just ask whether the Honorable member for Kilifi is in order to just say that the only needy students that need to be looked at in band 5 and 6 are from his constituency. Every child in this country under the law is needy. Everybody is needy, not only in Kilifi, even in Githongori. Everybody is needy. So we need to be treated equally by the law.
I want to respond.
Order, honorable members.
I want to respond to that, Honorable Speaker.
I understood Owen Bayer differently, but let the PS will answer. Let's take the third.
Speaker.
Mama Nairobi. Everybody will have a chance. Just be patient.
Thank you,
Ask
Mr.
one
Speaker.
clarification or one question.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Adding on to what the minority whip had mentioned about the students, I wanted to understand, we have right now Form 4 students, many Form 4 students are not able to access their result slips because they still owe the schools money. And I was told that we had actually lifted that, the Ministry of Education had actually said that no school should withhold certificates. So a lot of students are not able to actually apply because they don't have their result slips for the Form 4. So I want to know, how are you going to coordinate this, because you're one ministry, release of the results so that the students can actually apply. So a lot of students are being locked out because of not being able to access their result slip, because schools are holding them because they haven't cleared with the school the fees that are due to the school. So I want to know how we're dealing with that. Thank you.
No joyriders here.
Sir, this side.
Yes.
This
Mary Emase. PS, after those 4, you respond, and feel free to invite any of the people accompanying you to respond, and your responses must be concise and precise, no unnecessary stories.
Thank you,
Emase.
Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, most of the students also who are applying for this funding do not have identity cards. They applied for IDs, some of them as early as January this year. Up to now, they do not have identity cards. I want to request the PS also to liaise with our counterpart to ensure that the students are able to get the IDs. Allow me to ask the second one, Honorable Speaker.
That first one she already covered in her explanation. Go on.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, I want the CS to assure Kenyans, how sustainable is this funding program? Are all the students who are going to apply going to benefit, or there will be some rejections? And if you are going to reject some, because you've already alluded to the fact that the data is inaccurate, so how are you going, what parameters are you going to use to reject others? Are all Kenyans going to apply, going to get? And finally, when is the deadline for application for the period that you have extended? Thank you.
Patient members, everybody will have an opportunity, even if we sit up to 2. Go on, PS.
Honorable Speaker, the first question from Honorable Odhiambo was on whether we have a working appeal system. I'd like to confirm that yes, there's a working appeal system, and we invite all the students who have issues to visit the portal www.hef.co.ke. The next question was, when do we factor the changing circumstances? Ideally, at the end of every semester. So for example, right now we will capture the data, but if before release the funding. And so before we release the funding for the second semester, if a student's circumstances have changed, they can write to us or approach us through the appeals.
Sorry, Speaker, I was actually not speaking about a person who is already admitted and their circumstances change. Because when you are factoring in, you are going to ask about which schools they went to. Is there a question that asks that even though you went to this school, your parents have since died, so that it is not taken into account? I have live cases like that.
Honorable Speaker, I would like to confirm that yes, we capture information, current information on the family structure, and that would cover that component. Then the issue about the circumstances of rural constituencies and connectivity, we work with the Huduma centers, which are quite well spread across the country. We also encourage students to visit any nearby university or institution to be supported to connect and apply for this funding. And we have been working with universities to spread this message, working together with local leaders. Dishonesty in data, is it an issue of dishonesty or a reality of this country? I'm persuaded by the evidence, Honorable Speaker, that we have a serious problem of integrity, and it is the responsibility of all of us, leaders and families, and especially the educational institutions, to advance moral fiber through value-based education. Honorable Speaker, I will invite Geoffrey Monari, the CEO Universities Fund, to respond to the question by Honorable Bayer.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. My name is Geoffrey Monari, the CEO of Universities Fund. I'll tackle the question by Honorable Mbaya on the issue of poverty from Kilifi County. Indeed, we do consider poverty from across the country. We even go further to look at each location. We have gotten data from the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics where they have classified the poverty index per location. So that is what is considered, and there are marks that are given. In fact, the marks are 2%. We allocate 2 percentage points for this allocation.
Did you listen to his question?
Yes.
He asked a very simple question. Why is Kilifi classified as one of the poorest counties in Kenya, having its students who have applied, all or majority of them, placed in band 4 and 5? That was the question.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, I'll go now to
I discourage you from stories. Just answer the question.
Okay.
You can see how many hands are waiting.
Many of the students who may have been classified in these bands of 4 and 5 depends on the information that they give us. We highly depend on the information that is given by the students, and once we receive this information, we now are able to classify them. However, they have a chance to give us further information if they are not classified in the correct band. Thank you.
Yes. They have not finished answering all of them.
Yes. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Passaris wanted to find out how we deal with the Form 4 students who do not have their certificates. I would like to clarify that the certificate is not a requirement for applying for funding, only the KCSE index number, ID or birth certificate. Honorable Emase wanted to find out what we do with the students who do not have IDs. I think, again, we clarified their alternative identification documents, like the KCSE certificate, and how the deadline for this new funding application process, once the students are at the universities, it is 31st of December, after which we shall start then revamping the tool as we prepare for the next cycle of admissions. And how sustainable is the funding for this program? Honorable Speaker, we realize that the problems afflicting universities require massive funding. And so the only way that we can address this is by sharing the burden of financing education between present and future generations. And that is the households, the government, and the students through the loans. For this method is sustainable because the students who receive scholarships, when they graduate, that money is then availed for the students who would be joining with a little addition. However, the sustainability really lies with heavy funding of the Higher Education Loans Board. And for this to be sustained, we are already working on designing a social bond, adopting what is applicable in Malaysia, where their higher education loans board does not depend on exchequer at all, but they run that bond. They have angel investors and other investors who then provide the capitation required for the system to be sustained through loans. Thank you.
Let's take another 4. Let's start with Mama Dagoretti. Mama, sio baba. Eh? Okay, let me list the 4, then sit Elachi. After Elachi, Osoro. After Osoro, Shimba. After Shimba,
It's me now.
I'll give Garissa Town. You will all have a chance. Just be patient. So ask one question each, no speeches.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mine is just a question that during this admission that starts in September, what is required of the student and parent as they enter the university? And what happened to the NEMIS number? Why can't we just use this NEMIS number as students go from their Form 4s to university? What is it for?
Honorable Speaker, I need clarity on the disbursement of what the PS called a boom, which I really don't think it's a boom, it's a loan, on the payment structure of that amount. When is this student, okay, first on the disbursement of that amount, and on what category? Is it disbursed in the entire amount as it looks like, or I mean, as it stated, 60,000 on the band 1 or on budgets? Number 2, when is this student expected to repay back this particular loan? Alongside that, Honorable Speaker, they said, the PS has told us that the new funding model will not, the students under the new funding model will not benefit from the HELP bursaries. Then where is this money classified? Under what funding model is it classified? Because it is not on HELP. Because one, you've talked about it being, because that's what she said, it's not on HELP. And then there is this loan for maintenance, I mean for upkeep. Then finally, Honorable Speaker, finally, this last one, I still do not understand how gender falls under the means, the means of testing instrument, Honorable Speaker. Like being female or male, does it warrant one, does it, or transgender? You know, I'm being reminded by, I don't know whether she's, sorry, I'm being, how does that amount, how can you use gender to define means for a student? Or to calculate, or to, I mean, to quantify one's means in terms of amount? Is it that male gender is of, they are richer, or the other gender is richer or poorer? It really doesn't make sense, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Shimba. One question, Baba. Just press and it will come on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mine is to remind the ministry that we have a number of cases of suicide in our colleges. Our parents are also becoming victims of these social diseases because of the pressures that they experience as a result of educating our children. Why don't we bring all these forces together, where we have the women rep giving bursaries, the county government giving bursaries, the MP giving bursaries? Why don't we bring this fund as one, so that education becomes free in this country, so that we do not have this problem of judging who is poor and who is not poor in this country, where there is no real measurement to decide on the same. Secondly,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Speaker, we have never had any secondary school being taken to court or being auctioned because of debts. Why are they very much keen on keeping our retaining certificates for children who have actually completed and they need these certificates for whatever reason, of course, that is there? Why don't we have these things, given a directive from your ministry? Because I remember the president during 2017, 2022, he gave a directive that all secondary schools should actually retain any certificate because of school fees. And this is still not yet done. What is your ministry doing, Madam PS?
Garissa. Those with their mics on, switch off.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Madam PS, for this clarity. One, I wanted to find out, because most of this amount of 30%, 40% goes to help loans. And I have an issue as a constituency or as a people in Garissa County or Muslim communities, the issue of loan which has an interest in terms of learning. So if the Help Loans Board can look at it and see to it that maybe those who, Muslims who profess the Muslim faith, Islamic faith, can be considered for a Sharia compliant loans to access these facilities. Because as of now, from Garissa University, none of them applies for these loans. Secondly, there will be a disconnect between help and university fund. Why can't we have, as a ministry or as a country, one entity that is dealing with all this, so that we have one office that you can go to and apply for the loan and apply for university funding? Otherwise, we have two organizations that are carrying out both these issues. Thank you.
PS, respond to those four. We'll do another.
Honorable Speaker, Geoffrey Monari will respond to the question by Honorable Elachi, and Zuki will respond to the question by Honorable Soro. I will, however, take on the question asked by Honorable Soro on gender. And Honorable Speaker, I want to say that research has indicated that female-headed households are considerably more needy than the male-headed households. Thank you. And then the question...
You know, it's not scientific, but go on.
It's true. The question by...
There are more male delinquents in our society than female delinquents. Go on, go on.
The question by Honorable Shimba about retaining certificates for secondary school leavers. Allow me, Honorable Speaker, to engage my colleague PS Bello to then implement or enforce that directive. The issue about amalgamating resources from bursaries offered by the Women Rapes and the National Government CDF, we welcome that collaboration, and indeed some of the members in this House are already collaborating with the Higher Education Loans Board to pull these resources together. And we are praying that increasingly many more members will come on board. My colleagues will then respond.
PS, before your colleagues come on,
yes,
that issue raised by the member for Changamwe actually is the elephant in the room. All these resources come from the same source. The diminishing public purse. The MCA is giving bursary. The woman rep is giving bursary. The MP is giving bursary. The governor is giving bursary. The ministry is giving bursary. Help is dispersing money. Universities funds is giving money. Just hold on, members. We have private providers, banks, are giving bursaries and scholarships. If you are able, and it's you to generate policy, if you can generate policy this House will be more than happy to turn it into law so that we can amalgamate and consolidate these funds, and they'll go a long way in providing free universal education for our children. Because what happens is, even as you talk of band 1, where the offer is very generous to the student, the same parents will go to the MCA, go to the MP, go to the women rep, go to the governor, end up with everybody collecting money for the same course. If you can realign this, our problem will be solved overnight.
Honorable Speaker, we welcome that proposal and we are under advisement. We shall work on the relevant policy, and we hope that then the legal frameworks that apply can be addressed. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Next round.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
They have not finished answering.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'll tackle the issue of Honorable Elachi. On the issue of reporting, the students will be required to go with the household income. However, where a family does not have the household income, the universities have accepted, through advisement from the Cabinet Secretary and the PS, that they will accept these students in the universities when they report. And this has already been effected by the universities that have already reported. You also recommended that we use NEMIS. This is a good recommendation. The only challenge is that students in private institutions, even up to the schools in the slum areas, are not registered in NEMIS. They are registered when they register for exams through the NEC. Therefore, that is where the challenge will be. However, the government is putting in place the KEMI system, which will register all students from ECD all the way to the university, and we will have a new data system across the country. The other question I would like to tackle is the issue of the merger. There is already a proposal by the Presidential Working Party, which I believe should be either on the way to Parliament to merge these institutions so that the Higher Education Loans Board, the Universities Fund, will be merged together so that they can be able to consolidate all these funds and have synergies for to support the education sector. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, Mr. Nzuki will answer the questions that were asked by Honorable Soro and Honorable Major Deko.
Yes, Nzuki.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members of Parliament. The question on the disbursement of upkeep is done twice in a year because it is modeled on the university calendar. So each semester, then a student will get the part of the stipend. So it is 50%, 50%. That is for the 2 semesters. I think I'm spot on that. On the matter of bursaries, bursaries are given to the students being financed under the DUC model, which was already clarified by the PS. So the bursary are aligned to the old financing model. On the matter of the students are expected to repay the loans once they have gone through their schooling. And in fact, after school, they are given a grace period of 1 year, meaning for starters, then it will be an average, the minimum period to start repayment is at 5 years. But for those doing medicine, of course, progressively, after they finish the course, they added 1 year, so that is a grace period. And that is an item, of course, we continue to discuss and engage with our clients. On the matter of brothers and sisters of Muslim faith, I know part of our resource mobilization strategy, we've been trying to get a Sharia-compliant product in cognizance of the challenges faced. And in fact, in the current proposals for the bills that will be tabled in this parliament, that Sharia-compliant product is part of the conversation. So yes, they will be catered for. Thank you.
For
This side, Speaker, please.
Naika, number 1.
Nakuru, please. Mr. Speaker, Nakuru County.
Mama Lamu, number 2.
Joro, please. Speaker, Joro constituency. Speaker,
I'll give to
Speaker, your
Clive,
front,
number 3.
your front part, Speaker.
And I'll give
Speaker, now you are unfair.
I'll give Mama Embu, number 4.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker.
Everybody will have a chance. Just be patient.
Thank you.
One question each.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I'm not clear on one issue. We have been talking about classifications of poverty. But there are, in my constituency right now, there's a lot of arambes taking place for children who have been called to the university. But some cannot even afford to do arambes, and they have been called. I want to know if there's a system whereby the very poor who live with their grandmothers and grandfathers can enter the university and the issue of payment is done when they have entered. That is my question.
Asante, Bwana Spika. Mwanzo ningependa kufafanua si hii marginalization iko, tusikatae. Wale wengi watachukua, lakini na sisi tusipokonywe uhuru wa kuzungumza. Kwa sababu Bwana Spika, sahihi ninavyokuambia, mumeona kwa media watoto youth 108 wameenda Al-Shabaab na wameuawa. Mimi leo nakwambia hapa 60 wametoka Lamu East. Na haya mambo kutukataza sisi kuwa marginalized ndio inafanya mambo hayo. Na Lamu ikiwa unsafe, Kenya is not safe. Hilo mwataka mulijue. Sio tukitamka tu marginalization, watu wanataka kutugandamiza tunyamaze. Hasa swali langu ni hili kwa PS. Sijui kama una mipango gani.
Nani unyamaze mama? Wewe uliza swali tu.
Mr. Speaker, Mbaya amezungumza marginalization, akasimama mbunge asiseme hivyo. Kwa nini asiseme hivyo na ndio iliyoko? Lakini kwengine kuna shida zaidi.
Endelea kuuliza swali.
Ndio nasema nyinyi mnaweza mkachukua kila kitu, lakini uhuru wetu wa kuzungumza msituatishe. Swali langu ni hili kwa PS. Speaker, please protect me kwa hao walio wengi.
You are fully protected. Order, go on, Roida.
Lakini shida zingine ni nyingi. Speaker nasema hivi kwa PS. Kwetu mwanzo PS amesema huduma center, lakini nataka ufikirie huduma center kama ya Lamu ni Lamu Town. Mtu akiunga kutoka Kiunga paka Lamu Town paka atumie 8,200. Area zile zenye unique challenges umezifikiria vipi? Kama sahihi Mkokoni hakuna hata network. Wale wamefikiriwa vipi? Usipange kitu ya jumuiya Kenya nzima. Kuna wengine wana unique challenges. Sisi kama Lamu East nataka kujua tuko brand gani ndio nujue kama mna ukweli au ni mambo tu mnajifanyia. Asante.
Yes, Clive. Yes, Elijah. What's the point of order? Use the mic. Just press, it will come on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and sorry for that. I was just saying, when we talk about education, which is an equalizer, and all of us here, members of parliament who have CDF equal, then it is very unfortunate when we start looking at our constituencies, regardless of what we are saying.
Point of order. Point of order.
You must understand.
Order, Clive.
Point of order.
You have it.
Clive.
And it can work.
No, point of order. CDF is not equal.
Order.
Who is giving equal? I'm not, we are, Lamu East, you are not getting equal.
Oh, Mama Roida. I didn't rule you out of order, so sit down. You are in order. Go on, Clive.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Ask you one question.
Honorable Speaker,
I would like to know from the PS if they have been able to merge the application of this together. If they have been able to merge the funding application together with the university placement application, COOPS. The reason I'm asking that, Honorable Speaker, is if this was done at the point of application for COOPS and placement, it means by February, all these issues we're handling today could have been tackled and the students could have had enough time for appeal process, whereby even them as a ministry can be able to use grassroots leaders like DCCs and ACCs for appeal program. Have they been able to merge that?
Thank you.
Secondly, Honorable Speaker, the banding. The numbers that have gone to band 4 and 5 are people earning over 120,000. And that's why they've put majority of the students. Yes, we understand that there is a lot of maybe fake information that came in. But even the statistics out there, do they justify to tell us that such many people earn over 120,000 shillings in Kenya?
Yes, double N.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mine is one question and a suggestion. And I want to ask the PS, what are the modalities or parameters
Sergeant, can you give the PS
used for categorizing students to the different brands, and how fair and effective is it in ensuring that most deserving students are selected for the correct brand? And the other suggestion, Honorable Speaker, to the PS is that there was a directive that if any student has a problem with the certificate because of the school balance, that they should not be denied their certificates. But the PS has categorically said that for the current students attending the universities, they don't need these certificates. But we still know that we have other students who are not necessarily going to the universities and they deserve to have their certificates. Can the ministry, through the PS who is here, allow us as honorable members to do the data, collect the data of all the students whose certificates are outstanding in the schools, in the secondary schools, and they have never been issued to them because of the fee balances that they owe the schools? Thank you very much.
PS, can you answer those four?
Honorable Speaker, I will invite Monari to respond to the questions by Honorable Naika and Honorable Roida. Then I'll come in with a question by Honorable Clive.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On the issue of allowing students who, by Honorable Naika, allowing students who depend on Harambes to report to schools, I want to affirm that all the universities and the chair of the Vice Chancellor's committees here, that the students will be allowed to report to the universities, and they'll find staff from the university's fund and help to guide them on how to apply for the application. The other thing I want to emphasize on...
Panamonari, you know the problem we have?
Yes.
You are whispering very good things to MPs here, but out there things are different. Can you from here as an order, as a ministry, issue a public communication for children to go to school, their money can follow them? Because what you are saying here and what the vice chancellors are doing out there is totally different.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm sure the PS will be able to respond to that. But one thing I want to emphasize on, we have also noted that the students who have been on Harambee are shy to tick on the form that they were on Harambee. Some of them have not been able to do that. So what we are saying is that let them just give us that evidence.
No. Mr. Speaker, let me clarify my point. I didn't say, I said there are some students who are called. They are not even able to do a Harambee. So they don't have a Harambee. They call and nobody comes. So can they report to university until...
He has said they will. Now go and tell them to report. Go on.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me go to the next question by Honorable Obo on access to application. I want to confirm that, number one, we understand that there are students who cannot access these facilities because of where they come from. And that is why we have given a chance for these students to report to universities, and we have facilitated our staff to be there to assist these students. So these students will be given a chance to apply while in campus, and then they can be able to submit their applications, and then we can be able to process those applications. Thank you very much.
Next. Who is answering?
Mr. Speaker, please.
No.
You know, we have to be clear. Are they reporting and be sent back home, or they are reporting to continue with the education?
Yes, PS. Go on to the next.
Honorable Speaker, the questions by Honorable Clive on the merging of the placement body, that is Kenya Universities and Colleges Central Placement Board and Universities Fund and Higher Education Loans Board. I'd like to confirm that we have already started working on the initial design. However, this has not been implemented immediately because these platforms are being used actively for students to apply for funds and also to process the appeals. However, it is our commitment that during the next funding cycle, these platforms will be fully merged and the data will be processed simultaneously. Then there was another question on why this banding is skewed towards band 4 and 5. Honorable Speaker, without reliable data on income, it is very difficult for us to use income precisely to predict for the time being. However, I want to say, Honorable Speaker, that I have data here from the National Examination Council for the results of the students who are now joining university. And according to this data, 84.8% of the students who scored C+ and above, 84.8% of the students who scored C+ and above studied in national schools. So we can see that actually this admission is skewed towards national schools. Honorable Speaker, in these national schools, the students were paying 53,000 minimum. We also know that there are other levies. Some of these students also studied in private schools. So it may be very unfortunate, but it is indeed the reality of our circumstances that the students from sub-county schools, the students from county schools and extra county school are disproportionately represented in our universities. And so when we use the secondary school that a student went to as an indicator, and the students went to national schools, and they have not demonstrated that they were funded through Harambes, or they had a guardian or bursaries, then it becomes very difficult for us not to discriminate, not to use that variable as a discriminator. However, this is what then opens the opportunity for appeal, so that with more information, we can then correctly classify these students. And this will also include visiting some sampled students in their homes. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Owen.
My point of order is this, Honorable Speaker. The principle should be everybody is poor unless proved rich. Not the other way. They are saying everybody is rich until they prove that he is poor. This is Kenya. We know the income levels. Very few people go to 120,000. Very few people, 50, 60. Honorable Speaker, so they need to change the principle. Then we will save Kenyan youth.
Yes,
thank you.
Yes, Minority Whip. Just press the button and it will come on. Look for the next.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to appeal to the ministry that their presumption is actually extremely defective. Even as we speak now, I have a student from my constituency who's just finished in Alliance with a balance of 94,000 Kenya shillings because it's CDF that has paid for her from Form 1 to Form 4. Most of our students from our constituencies are actually being paid for by CDF. That's why they are in those national schools. So if you can actually, and I raised that issue earlier, and I would request them to relook at it. The issue of a school somebody attended is very misleading. Because most of us are in WhatsApp group fundraising, parents sacrifice to even do those fundraisers so that kids can go to good schools for a better life, not that they can afford it. So can you please relook, because it's very misleading, the issue of those schools.
What you probably should do before we go to the next round, I thought I had the Monari say they have opened a desk at each university. Upon reporting, if the data you put in, because, you know, the assessment is based on self-generated data. So if you put in data based on erroneous facts or misapprehension of facts or total misunderstanding, then advise students in your constituencies that upon reporting the university, they go to that desk, and I hope that desk is there, and explain that I went to a national school in Alliance or Kamsinga, not because I was rich, but because I passed well at standard 8 or 7, standard 8, and the bursaries from the CDF paid my fees all through. So my parents have nothing. But you are assessing me because I went to a national school where we pay so much, which was not my money, was not my parents' money, was from a public kitty. So also advise students when they report to go to those desks and make those clarifications so that the data available on them is then adjusted to the reality. Yes, let's take another 4. Yes. Let me start with Dawood.
Mr. Speaker, please. Mr. Speaker, front face of you.
Order, honorable members, no soliciting. No soliciting. I know all of you. Oundo, Pareo,
Honestly.
and
Jora, Mr.
the member right at the back, is that member for Uriri? Those are 4. We'll still take more.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the PS. The PS has talked about boom. The boom she has talked about, is it per year or is it per month or what? What is the
that has already been answered.
No,
that they give twice per year.
Equal amounts or the same amount?
Yes.
Okay.
First semester, 1/2. Second semester,
Okay.
the other half.
Fine. Let me ask my question now. That was not the question, no. Mr. Speaker, you know, going to university, it's not just tuition fees. I had a student who was going from Meru, and he got very good marks and all that. He had to pay for the whole year accommodation fees before he even is enrolled into the university. Mr. Monari has said they should go. What Honorable Naika has asked, if he goes there, will he be sent back? Yes, he will be sent back because accommodation fees has to be paid up front the whole amount. So if it is going to be like that, then how are the students going to study? If they do not have the money, accommodation fees maybe 50 to 100,000.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I just have two questions. Specifically, the first one, the timelines from the date of appeal and the timeline when the decision on what if there's been any change in the banding, how long does it take? Second, Honorable Speaker, the greatest problem in this funding model are the vice chancellors. They come and mislead the PS and the cabinet secretary, but when they go back to the universities, they give the registrars completely contradictory instructions. For example, I just want to pick up what he has been saying. You have to pay the accommodation fee in advance, yet there is this boom that is coming they're supposed to use. I've seen the chair of the university chancellors as here. Can he give a commitment to this country today, here, that they're not going to contradict whatever decisions they make at the Ministry of Education? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Agnes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. And my question, the first question is that I want the PS to clarify to us of the deadline for the application. Because as I heard her speak, she said that first was the deadline, and then she said that these students can continue with the application in the schools. So I'm wondering, how will these students go to school, yet they are supposed to pay for the houses where they will stay? Then again, I want to remind them that the constituencies we come from are constituencies where there is no electricity and where there is no network. So at the moment as I was coming yesterday, there were so many students in town trying to struggle to apply for the bursaries. So did they really consider these students who are poor and who come from those areas where there is no network and there is no electricity?
Thank you. Oriri, member for Oriri. Oriri. So go on.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Speaker. First, allow me to commend your comments about this kind of funding we have. Because when I was doing my maths here, I realized that all the funding we are talking about can constitute around 80% coming from the government, the universities, of their need. So by declaring universities and colleges free, we'll need only to top 20% and we make it free. And Madam PS, if you ask me, I would suggest that we work towards making university and colleges funding free. And if you can make a proposal to Parliament to consider funding universities and colleges, I think we'll do a better service to the Republic. My last concern, which I want to bring as a suggestion to you, when you look at Kenya as we are talking today, we are one country with a lot of inequalities. You talk about my constituency, you go through Turkana and other areas. There are students who completed their secondary education and expected to go to the university and cannot access network. They cannot apply for all what we are talking about here. They don't have the information we are discussing here today. And if you want to treat these people equally, we must provide equal opportunities and allow them to report to the colleges, and anything which is required of them, let them do at the college level. But let us not expect them to be equal with others and do the same at the family level. It's not possible. Some parents are too ignorant of whatever we are talking about here. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, what's the point of order?
I think the ministry is living in maybe in space, because let them know that in this country or in any African setup, it is the poor that produce more children, because they do not have any TV, they do not have other entertainment. Their only entertainment is to produce children. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, if you want to equate students from national schools, having been perhaps maybe well off, But let me say this, we even try in our local schools to produce students who can go there. Just yesterday, Mr. Speaker, I was sending hostel fee for my student in Laikipia University because he says, I cannot be admitted. I have to buy them suitcases. I've got to buy them everything. So there is inequality in the first place where teachers are posted. You find schools like Alliance High School, they have all the teachers they require and even more. But in our schools, they do not even have teachers. Yet we even perform well, Mr. Speaker. So let them come out of their, their imagination that it is only schools that at national level that perform and perhaps that are actually well off. Let them actually come out, out of that dream. Otherwise, these inequalities are killing us, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
You hijacked that point of order to say something unrelated. Now, PS, we've taken the 4. I'll still give you, members.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, I would like to request the Vice Chancellor, Professor Daniel Mugendi, the Chair of all Vice Chancellors, to respond to the issue raised by Honorable Wundo, and the Vice Chancellor for Laikipia University, Professor Rotich, to respond to the issue that was raised by Honorable Ondege on the making university education free. Monari here will respond to the issue raised by Honorable Daud on accommodation fees, and Zuki will respond to the question raised by Honorable Shimba on the family tree and equality. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Vice Chancellor, tell us, are you, Vice Chancellor, the biggest problem in this setup? That's what. Yes, KJ, what's your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, the opportunity has been given to a Vice Chancellor. Maybe this would be the right time for them to answer a question that you asked that was glossed over. And the bigger question was on communication, Mr. Speaker. You did ask where the disconnect is between the ministry and the universities.
Your mic is off. Use the next mic.
Mr. Speaker, now that the opportunity has been given to a Vice Chancellor, maybe this would be the opportunity to answer a question that you had asked to Madam PS, but was glossed over. Mr. Speaker, you had asked, is there a disconnect between what the ministry is saying and what the universities are doing? And even on that, Mr. Speaker, the channels of communication, is it all being left to be communicated by the President, where the minister, the PS, the HELB, and all other people who attend to these issues in the Ministry of Education are mute to a point where you have had to call a Kamukunji to explain it to members of parliament. These members of parliament are good consumers of media. They are very well versed with what is happening on the ground, but they still do not understand this funding model, Mr. Speaker, meaning that the communication that we are being given here today is not trickling down to the ground. We are being told that they are using a multi-channel approach, which includes, I don't know, digital media, social media, and other medias. Mr. Speaker, the point is that